Hello, hello. Hey, Blub. Hey, Maya. Hey, Katie. Happy Thursday. So, I'd like to get to the point today, and it's only going to be a morning stream where we meet the architect. But, well, and we're kind of like set up to do that. So, hopefully, this happens. Kevin, thank you for the resub. This guy will start streaming before he wakes up. Yeah, I keep starting earlier and earlier. It's now 7:54. I don't know. I blame it on the cat. Hey, Rod. Yeah, morning, everyone. Also, Dark made a PR that I would like to look through. Let's just delete all these files. This is not part of the PR, by the way. I'm not going to just delete Dark's files. Delete them all. Cool. Okay. Now let's go check out this PR. Poll number 1. Oh my God. This is such a trip. I'm so used to seeing quadruple digit numbers now in Skeleseller. Oh man. All right. GHPR checkout 1. It's not even a number I needed to copy and paste. I remember 1. Yeah. Yeah, number 1. Okay, cool. Let's try this out. So there's one unversioned file somehow. I don't know how that happened. That probably doesn't matter though. That's not part of the PR, right? I don't think it should be. No, yeah, it's not. It might have been Godot adding it again somehow. Okay, so let's hit the play button. I don't know what we're gonna see here. Is this working? Yeah. I should probably turn this on. So you can't jump on these trees. I think these look like you can jump on them. Yeah, the world definitely looks a lot better. You also, oh, you can jump through these platforms. Okay. These don't exactly look like ones you can jump through. I wonder if we should make so you can jump on the trees. And yeah, we probably do need to change the parallax background. Also, it's just a static background right now. What is that tree doing there? Is that supposed to indicate that you can... Yeah, I see it. Oh, nice. This is also kind of cool. Just that there's something over here. Okay, I'm going to write down some notes. So, trees look like... Man, this music starts going crazy, huh? Also, yeah, this is not done yet. All right, the trees look like they should be platforms. The teleport spot from my cheat puts you in the wrong location now. It doesn't look like you can go through the double height rock platforms. The text color against the background is not very legible. The background isn't parallax. These aren't necessarily problems with the PR. I want to do things in stages. I just need to write down the things that come into my mind as we do this. Let me reload the game. Hey, Schwartz. Yeah, I like even just this amount of, like, just add something to the world is already an improvement. It looks more real. Yeah, yeah. The background isn't really fitting. Maybe we should use a different pack for that. We just need some kind of like parallax for it. Okay, let's take a look down here. Okie dokie. Yeah, I think we made it so that you're jumping on trees. I think it would make it a little bit clearer, but I think we need to figure out the background thing. Oh man, this definitely looks like you can make it now. Although we probably need there to be some like extra part over here. Let's turn on the audio for this. Oh, this hasn't been changed. Wait a second. So then the world has changed? Because the cheat didn't work. I have to take a look at that. Hey, David. Let's see. So I press this button. Oh, no, it does work. Maybe it didn't work from something else. Oh, this is here now. Because it put this in the world. Hmm. I guess I do this a little bit strangely. Maybe when we cheat, we need to move this. Add a door there at the fake end. Oh yeah, good idea. Well, maybe not a door, but some passage, I think. Because I was gonna say the door is not in that asset pack, the original one. Hey, Zarzone. Or Zars one. Let me know your preferred pronunciation there. Okay, so I think we should merge this. I think there are some other little things we should probably change. And then Dark wrote some notes about what I need to do. So let's go take a look at those. And I should probably spew my little notes here. Teleport thing doesn't really matter. Okay, so some general observations. They're not changes we have to make now. But I do think we should probably find a different background for the game. Is there wall jump? Is that what the blue circle thing you couldn't figure out was for? There is wall jump, or at least like there are animations for it. The blue circle thing I couldn't figure out. The circle thing I couldn't figure out is where to get the double jump graphic from. But I think it was just supposed to be taken from the air dash graphic and rotated. And that's what I ended up doing. Okay, so trees. It doesn't look like you can... Doesn't look like you should be able to go through the double height rock platforms. I think a thin platform would be best there. The text color against the background is not very legible. The background isn't parallax, it's static. Yeah, the background isn't really fitting. Doesn't fit with the vertical world. Yeah, so I think we should find another pack. All in all, though, it's a marked improvement over what I had. I'll merge after tackling the notes you left. Okay, so notes. Ended up not adding diamonds to world.tres, resnap diamonds to the grid. But, oh yeah, that's another thing. I had not put the diamonds in any like sensible locations here. But if they're snapped to the grid, then this should look pretty good. Yeah. And that way they're at the same elevation the whole time. Platforms can be made. Add a collision one way. Nice. So environment, tile map layer is the old node. Environment is the new layered node. Yeah, let's go take a look. Tile map layer is here. Where is it? I don't... Oh, it's still there in the world. Oh, interesting. But I guess you can't see it because it's behind the environment. So if I turn off the tile map layer, yeah, we basically shouldn't be able to see anything. Okay, cool. Hey, Cardlefish. Okay, open the scene, hide the visibility environment, remove node tile map layer. Yeah, this is great. And I think oh man, I gotta say, this is like exactly the level of work I'd want to do on the world, which is just like draw general areas and then yeah, having dark work on that is pretty nice. All right, so we can delete that. And yeah, this looks a lot more reasonable. I almost wonder, you know, if we just didn't have, if we didn't have the water ripple effects, I think it would look better because it does look like we're underwater here. In fact, actually, that alone would probably be a decent way of doing this. Yeah. Actually, one thing we could do is make the blue/watery background only show for the first couple of jumps. Then it goes to the, what color is it? Yellow after that? No, then it goes to red, then yellow. Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm just gonna cancel this. Yeah. All right, so this is the only change I had to make. So let's go check that in. Remove my like world stencil. Dark made a new one in the PR. Okay, so how do I do this now? I need to commit and push to a different remote because this is on Dark's remote, right? Hey, Krasner. Yeah, I haven't done this. Is this coming from? No, this is coming from a different branch over here. He mentioned, hang on, he mentioned something on Discord about this. Let me take a look. Didn't notice that I went into Adam's repo because I started working with the clone and not the fork. I didn't even fork at the time. Let's pretend it didn't happen. Okay, yeah, it's totally fine. So I just have to push back to this and then merge. Yeah, nice. Okay, now let's make sure that shows up here. Commit should go up to 5. Yep, perfect. And then there's something else I wanted to do here. Oh yeah, that's right. When it comes to merging, normally I would squash everything. I don't know if I want to do that anymore. I guess I don't want to do it for my mega PRs. I guess that's the difference. Because this is one logical commit. So yeah, maybe I'll squash selectively. Hey, human puppet. Oh, there's no squash. Oh, that's weird. Where is that setting? Allow squash merging. Okay, so I gotta enable this on the repo. I didn't know that. I must have enabled it before. Give me a sec. I'm looking off screen. Squash. Here it is. Allow squashing. Oh no, it's already there. It's checked. Oh wait. No, what? I'm confused. Hey, Ultramark. I'm confused as to why squash is not showing up here. Oh, it's a drop down now. It wasn't a drop down before. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. What are we squashing today? We've got a new environment. So my like poorly stenciled outline is now this because Darkstorm made this one. Okay, so squash and merge this, and we're good. And this should turn purple. Good. And then we pull main. Noise. Darkstorm working on this? Yeah, so the credits for this game are so far pretty much the same as the last game. Yeah, so this is... Let's put direct contributors here. And, I mean, technically, I haven't merged anything from Quickie Joe or Kevin yet, but they're still planning to work on this. And then let me update the credits for... This shouldn't be new game anymore. This should be stuck in a broken tutorial. There we go. Okay, and I wanted to get a link to this. Unfun tasks only. Yeah, Kevin signed on for Skeleseller to do unfun tasks. I never actually explicitly said it for this one. But he did a lot of stuff I did not want to do. Now Dark's doing stuff I don't want to do. And that's how projects should be. I don't do the stuff that I don't want to do. Okay, so I'll have to write this on my list somewhere. I think we do need to find a different asset pack for this, maybe. Find different assets for the background of the platformer. At the very least. It can just be a general like sky / terrain / clouds kind of thing. I think that has a very negative connotation. Also, Kevin said that he enjoyed working on the tasks he did for Skeleseller. So I don't think they were unfun for him. If they were, then he was just very professional about it. Okay, so we are going to get started on this. Let's go take a look at the intro. Where is it? Shop, maybe? There's an animation player here on death. Yeah, so we dim the entire screen, and then when we pull it back in, what are we doing for the lighting? Lighting visible. Canvas modulate. There it is. Okay, and then a point light. So we just made a single node. Yeah, node, canvas modulate, and point light. Okay. Where's the epic music from? I've got a credits thing somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. I'm eventually going to put this in the game, but we're so early on that I just haven't done it yet. I think it's in here. Where is it? There it is. Yeah. So this is the 8-bit music, and then this is the spooky music. I really like the spooky music thing. The 8-bit one is more of a placeholder for me. It's not that I think it's bad. I don't really think it's the most fitting. So, yeah. Okay, office scene. So I've got the graphics already. Let's go plug them in. What do we have here? Oh, everything's in like one section? What's this? Room builder office? Is this in the other asset? I haven't really looked through this yet. I purchased this on Sunday. So the question is, oh my God, is this inside of this? And I think the answer is no. I don't see that brick texture. I see those. Yeah, but like this brick texture, is that in there? No. Okay. What about these other ones? Black shadow? Oh, what, they put shadows under everything? Is that the only difference between this and this? Does it keep changing the zoom? No, it doesn't. It's just a slightly different colored shadow? Yeah, opaque versus transparent, I guess. What else do we have in here? Shadowless? Singles? Oh, these are like split up sprites? Okay. RPG Maker? Office Designs? Oh, cool. Yeah, that was on the itch page. And then previous version. What? Why would they put this in here? All right, well, I think we can just use this one. Although this has the non-black shadow ones. I kind of like the black shadow ones. Yeah, I think I want to use this. All right, so let's just go plug that in. I want to just mess around with the scene for now. So let's save this as like, this would probably go in the architect realm. Oh, yeah, it's right there in the office. Yeah, of course. I already have a scene. All right, so just forget that. Let's go to the office. All right, so delete this. This is already called delete me. Very wonderfully done. Okay, now we go copy this. We probably want it to be 32 by 32. Yeah. It means they must have been drawn at 16 by 16, right? So that they could just scale them up, however. In which case, I should actually just use the 16 by 16 ones. Because I can scale them up if I want, and then I'll take less space. Yeah. All right, so game. How do you change a home directory on Mac OS? Like, when I open a new Finder window, it automatically goes to Skeleseller. I don't know how I did that. Change which folder Finder opens by default. Click View, Show View. Options, always open in. Okay, I see. All right, let's do that. So click this, View, Show View Options. I don't think that's it. In Finder options. All right, engage privacy mode. We'll take a look at this in a second. I don't know if it's going to show something that I don't want to show. Ah, yes, there it is. Okay. Got it. So I'll just do this. I just got to figure out where this is. Code Godot. Inland code. Good. Come on. Where are you? There. Open. Choose. Good. Okay. All right. So now when I open a new window, yep, perfect. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, it's in those settings. Yeah. And I'll try to start giving out points for some of this stuff again. Okay. So what was I doing? I was going over to here and putting this in worlds. So this is, what is this called? Modern Office Revamped. Modern Office Revamped v1.2. And I just want to use this one. There we go. There were old points years ago. I deleted all those points. So you might have gotten a point from those. I don't know. Okay, so we'll add a node here of canvas modulate and set this to pretty dark. And this is over the entire scene, I guess. And then we want a tile map layer here. New tile set. Put this in. All right, so let's just put something here. What kind of flooring do we have? Where's the flooring? Must be this. What do they use in the graphics over here? Yeah, like a darker flooring, a lighter flooring. Huh, I never noticed. Okay, so they only have those. Where are those interleaved ones? There are what look like tiles. Maybe that's in Room Builder? Yeah, it's those. Oh, we might need that. Wait, you have no points, TJ? a.bot.land/points. Apparently not. Okay. Do I even want this? I guess let's just use something for now. So I'll just take this. Yeah. All right, let's draw a rectangle. So everything's going to look dimly lit until we add some lighting in. We have point light, directional light. How does directional light look? There's a... Is this an infinite direction? Because that shouldn't make sense, right? And where do you even set the direction? Range? Shadow? Huh. Wonder how this works. Let me serious. And hey, Matt. Yeah, I don't think TJ was around for those. Godot directional light 2D. How does this work? From a distance. Models an infinite number of parallel rays covering the entire scene. It's used for lights with strong intensity that are located far away from the scene. For example, to model sunlight or moonlight. I thought this was ambient lighting. Light is emitted in the plus Y direction of the node's global basis. For an unrotated light, this means that the light is emitted downward. Position is ignored, only the basis is used. Yeah, got it. Okay. So how would you do... Light occluders, I see. Okay, so if we want, we add in a light occluder. And we put this, no polygon, create and assign one. Yeah, sure. Actually, I want, can we clear this? That's got to be a polygon. They're always kind of annoying to deal with. All right, let me add some points here. How do you do this? Create points. What am I doing wrong right now? There we go. Now we can edit these points. Let's add in a point light. The point light can be over here. The directional light can be turned off. Point light needs a texture. What did I use for Scala Just this? Okay, show in file system. Open an external program. No, not that. Need to select the select tool. Oh, yeah. That's right, Brahim. Thank you. Yeah. Give me 1 sec. I think my mini PC's going nuts right now. Yeah, it is, man. Whoops. Docker tail 50. Yeah, it's messing up like crazy. I'm gonna need to just restart this. Okay, so we have our point light. We need a texture. I didn't actually get the texture. Let's go do that. So that is here, neutral point light. We put this over here, game, assets. Maybe I should have put sprites all in their own thing. So it's like audio, sprites, fonts. Yeah, probably. Make an assets/sprites folder. But for now, let's just go make particles. Okay, then let's load that in. Cool. So how does occluder work? That's what Brahim said. Whoops. Is it obscuring the light? I can't actually tell. I don't think so. Also, is it centered? It's not really centered, is it? Maybe it is working? You need to enable shadows first? Oh, whoa. Okay. That's interesting. So now, how do you change the occluder to not be... Actually, maybe we just change, like, energy here. Woo, no, not good. I guess we wouldn't get, like, soft lights around the corners. Interesting. What is height here? Color. Range, shadow color. What does this do? Whoa, okay, interesting. So I guess you could make it like not quite fully black. No, it's always picking just a set color there. Okay. So change from filter option in the shadow. Where did I put the filter? Average, slow. Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, we'll mess around with this for a bit. So let's turn off the lights for a second. There. Oh, interesting. Whether or not you have canvas modulate, you can still do this. Huh. Okay, well, I kind of want to turn off everything here. So this is just the default color at this point. So this will be the background. Then we want some like foreground layer. And this one should be empty. So we can delete all this. Is that really how dark it's supposed to be? I don't think so. I think I've messed something up here, but what? All of this stuff is off now. Oh, it just wasn't selected. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Hey, Franken. All right, all right. So what do we want here? We want this to look kind of like a home office. Like they've got a couch or a, I don't know, something like this. Oh, right, we got to change. Excuse me, the texture. There. And they've got a desk somewhere. I'm not very creative, so we're going to go look at this for a second. So yeah, a chair in front of a desk. They would be, I mean, you might not be able to see this whole room at first. I just want to look something close to like what we'll need here. And how does that desk look? It's a table. It's not a desk. Where's the other side of the table then? Am I stupid? Why? How did they get this table graphic? I see half of the table. And I see this one, but where's just like a 2x1 table? Oh, there it is. Well, that's 3, but we could just delete the other ones. Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's put that there somewhere. So that'll be here, and then this. Oh, it's not 2x1, it's 3x1. Or 3x2, excuse me. So there we go. And then we put a computer on here. I guess they're using a computer. I mean, I didn't really talk about how this is supposed to function, but we can just throw those on top. And then a chair somewhere. Where art thou, chair? There we go. I would use this chair. So this I want to flip. Rotate tile. No. That's not how that would work. There should be a chair facing upward then, right? I don't see it. Oh, maybe. Oh. That tile is supposed to be facing upward. Got it. Okay, so how's that look? I put it on the wrong layer. Yeah, I guess I need another layer for the chair. Also, didn't I? No, that's good. No, that's not good. I'm so bad at this. Okay, one more tile map layer. And then we put a chair on here. I guess duplicating this was actually worthwhile. Okay, fine. And then just delete everything. And then add our chair. We did it. Okay, so there's our basic office. We fixed the walls and everything. But now if we were to add lighting here and make this look very spooky. So you should not be able to see everything in here. You'll come in through the bottom maybe. Although you'll look like a platforming character still. Which I know is going to look strange, but that's actually what's intended for this. So if we go to platformer game and we get your animated sprite, we don't need collision shapes or anything. We probably do need, I'll just copy everything in here. So this will go here. Couldn't resolve track. Where did it just put this person? I guess it tried and couldn't. Maybe the animation tree isn't actually working. You know, like set this to something. It says couldn't resolve track for all this stuff. Huh. I guess because I copied it across scenes maybe, or maybe I need to fix this. Root node is set to point light. Shouldn't it be sprite? This is player. This is animation player. This has the right state machine and everything. I don't know what I've messed up so far. Can I copy this? Yeah. All right, what is it saying? Couldn't resolve track, sprite 2D, V frames. This implies that this is pointing to the wrong thing? Yeah. Strange. Hey, Miku, and hey, Apressel. Happy Thursday to you both. We're trying to work on the office scene. I'm breaking this quite a lot. I wonder if we should put the player into its own scene and that would have been easier. I'm a little bit surprised that I can't just copy this out of here. It's probably trying to refer to something in the original scene somehow, and this will just pretty much never work. No, now it's fine. What? So where is this? There we go. Nice. Okay, so this should be over here. Now, you actually will look gigantic according to this tile set. So we might need to expand everything by like 2x. You're fine with it? Didn't like the background? Only fits a side scroller or dungeon. About the platforms. Asset doesn't have a smaller sprite. Probably intended for boundary only terrain. The background, I do think we need to find a different one. So I wrote a note to look into other asset packs. But the world is better than what I had. So, I mean, it's an improvement. And I like it. Okay, so we could do a couple of different things. We could either, just for laughs right now, not keep it this way, but shrink this to 0.5. Honestly, I'm not totally sure. This is not intended to look like it fits this sprite sheet. And this is part of the incongruency, I guess, of the asset packs that we're going to have that we have to accept for this game. Because here you're entering as a platformer character, but in the future you might enter as a car or as a farm or something like that. You could be just an entirely different character altogether. You could enter as a bench, for example. And not all the assets are going to fit, and that's okay. So we need to figure out what makes the most sense here. It's going to be maybe the least jarring for the player. Because, yeah, you looking like you take up this many tiles looks like you're huge. We could increase the tile size, or not increase the tile size here. We just increase the scale here, I guess. That would probably be the better way of doing things. So we set this to 2. Yeah, and now it looks a little bit more fitting. Let's make this light larger. How do we do that? Ah, there it is. Texture scale. And put the player down here somewhere. So they would have entered from the door. Yeah. And then there's going to be some character over here. Maybe we put the light on you. Or like over here. So you can't even tell that it's an office. So like if you look really closely, you could maybe see. You could kind of make out, oh, there's a chair. But you can't really tell there's a computer. And yeah, we can move the couch a little bit. So you can't really tell there's a couch. And there wouldn't be any decorations or anything maybe. So it'll feel spookier than it really is. Again, not like actually scary here. And then this figure from the shadows emerges. We probably even turn down the energy of the light a little bit. And from the shadows we have, let's just pull the mage for now. I do need to find a character for this. So characters, I liked the idea of it being the mage, but yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's go put him in here. Architect. I'm just going to paste that there for now. This is going to look really stupid, but still, let's try it. So sprite 2D, texture, adventurers. Oh, actually, having them look like just a shadowy figure with no color would probably be pretty decent at first. Then they could be any sprite. It's just a placeholder for now anyway. Only 16 of them can hit the same surface. Oh, yeah, that won't be a problem for this scene. All right, so we want that sprite. So let's go set... I could just say it's an Atlas texture. And then we can load in the adventurers that way. And then pick, was it 16 by 20? So 16, 32, 48, 64, 0, 16, 20. There we go. All right, so there's the mage graphic. So then we need to make this twice the size. So transform 2. And then put them here. Yeah. That's actually pretty fitting. So they might move out of the shadows just to be barely visible. So they move from there to there and they say, you're not supposed to be here. Now, I never figured out what the best line for this would be because I've got 3 of them. They're all kind of similar, but still they're different. You shouldn't be here. I don't want you here, and you don't belong here. And there are different connotations for these. So again, you are now in the real world. It's not possible for you to stay. Other people have gotten out before. And the architect is on guard due to what they've said to him. Or her, sorry. I keep forgetting I changed the gender of the architect. So the you shouldn't be here is true and indicates that there's like a rule against it. You don't belong here doesn't necessarily indicate there's a rule against it. It could just be like you're in enemy territory, sort of. And I don't want you here obviates the rule behind it and just indicates that the architect in particular does not like this. I'm leaning toward this one. The mage kind of fits the architect. Yeah, I do sort of like it. You're not supposed to? Well, that's like saying you shouldn't be here, but it's just less. I like the succinctness of you shouldn't be here. Okay, so I like number one. Okay, let's start with that. So you shouldn't be here. Get out. And I think they would say this from the shadows, and we need to make it somehow, like the text needs to be clear that it's coming from this character. Also, how do we make the light flicker? I guess we changed the energy on it. No, we changed the texture scale. So it added like a flickering appearance, in which case we should probably have a light source. The light sources in an office would be an actual lamp. Do we have a lamp? Yeah, I don't think drawing a lamp would be all that hard, but what do we have for light sources here? No, I don't see any light sources. Also, presumably the light would come from overhead, right? So it wouldn't be like a flickering kind of thing. Or it'd come from the computer screens. We're going to assume the computer is off for this. The tiny skeletal logo. Yeah, in future times that you come here, I think we could do something like that. Although, actually, another thing that I'm thinking of is there's eventually going to be an office world in the game. And that's where you're going to see proper computers and everything. Maybe we just say the architect designed it after their own room. Yeah, we could just say that. Yeah, in fact, I'm going to write that down because that's a good idea. Subgames, where's office world? Here it is. Ideas. For lore reasons, we can say that this resembles the architect's office or the architect's realm. The interior of the architect's realm. Because it was made based on that familiarity. Yeah. The tile sets will probably match exactly. It's pretty reasonable, right? If you are working in an office and you're trying to construct an office in a game, you might make it look like your own office. It's not like you have to be unique about it. There are going to be chairs and tables and computers and stuff. Okay, so yeah, I want this to come out of the shadows. So it's over here, and maybe that couch has moved a little bit. So how do we make this so that I don't need to deal with this? Let's make like a full light thing here. There we go. Now I can actually see. And the couch is there. Let's move the couch over there. And I mean, you won't see it. Just delete all that. Then take that and draw another couple tiles. So now if we turn off the super bright light here, bright light, you will see this character barely come into view and say, you shouldn't be here, and then zap you with some magical spell. Yeah. Also, we could kind of make a joke about this. Like, the mage character, we don't know what they are underneath that hood. they have glowing eyes, but they could just be a human and the hood is just a light obscuring hood or something. And they just look like a normal person. Excited to meet the architect. Hey, Kuda, thank you. Yeah, all right. I like this idea. So we need the walking animation and then the standing animation. That should be pretty easy to do. I'll make this an animated sprite eventually. And then as far as text goes, let's see how that would look. So if I make a label, labels should be unaffected by the lighting, right? Testeroni. Oh, no, they are affected? What if they emit into the light? You shouldn't be here. So like they say the text in it goes in here. Oh, that's probably silly. We should probably just make a canvas. Whoops, not canvas group. Canvas layer. Canvas layer. And then put the label in there. And I assume that'll be, yeah, full opacity. And then change the type of this to a rich text label. Put it above the light source so it'll not be affected. Oh, yeah, that too. I think having it in a canvas layer is also fine. But as long as, I mean, right now, all I really care about is what's the aesthetic that we want here. So you shouldn't be here, get out. And I want this to type out. And rich text label in Godot has a bunch of, what do they call them? Effects or something? I forgot what. Like ghost is one of them. This isn't. No, this one, BB code. That's what I want. Ghost. Okay, yeah, here we have it. So text effects. Pulse, wave, tornado, shake, fade, rainbow, custom. Did I end up making a custom one in Skeleseller? Rich text effect? I wrote notes about it. Yeah. Oh, I started to the twist text. I remember now. Oh my god. Yeah, because I'm thinking like a shaking text. Like get out is shaking. I think that'd be really good. So we might need to make a new text effect for that. Consider making a text effect for shaky / ragey text. Maybe for the architect saying get out. Difference between normal and rich. Rich in this case has formatting. So for example, let's say I were to bold zap here in Google Docs, like that would make it be a rich text label now. But if we were bolding the entirety of this, we could just have it be a regular label and just say, oh, the label is bold or uses a bold font. You flip a light switch ruining the mood. Not this time around, you won't. But in the future, you totally could. Is there a poor version of it? Yeah, that's regular text label. It is a penniless text label. Nay, pickle. All right, so you shouldn't be here. Get out. That's good. How do we change this? And maybe even an ellipsis. So BB code enabled. Color equals red. Maybe dark red. No, it can't be dark red. It's gotta be visible still. You can almost do the first jump if you jump and dash at the same time and hold the jump for the full force. Still needs like 2 more units of distance. When you say first jump, do you mean the jump that's supposed to put you through the world? Because yeah, it's gotta be. It's okay. Yeah. Oh wait, I never thought about this. Yeah, no, I guess we're fine. All right. We probably do need to make sure that this, in case people are just holding the right key, we need to make sure they don't fall into here yet. But we'll figure that out later too. All right, so yeah, I want to make the shaky text. I kind of want to do that now, actually. In fact, maybe we ask AI to do it and see how it does it. Hey, Mevins, thanks for the streak. Actually fell down once like that. Okay, yeah, we probably need to do that. Probably need a safety block in the scripted fall so that people holding right or dashing already won't just fall through the world without the setup. Could also potentially extend the camera region to the left. That could also help. All right, so let's go figure out how to do this. I can make custom text effects. I just want to include how to do it in C# since it wasn't super obvious. Global class. This pragma is just to stop my linter from telling me that the variable is unused. We could probably just delete that. Yeah, it's not really worthwhile for the example, is it? Yeah, I think it's fine. No, I think the what is unnecessary here. Okay, so let's copy this. I want to try this out. Rebuild, make a new scene, add a rich text label with twist, expand the label's markup custom effects section, click add element, click new twist. Okay, yeah, this is not obvious. If this worked, the word hello should be in red. If you make updates to the script, you may have to retype a character of the label. Getting glyph information is not easy. Okay, well, I don't know how hard this is going to be. So let's go figure this out together. Where do we put this? Maybe in Godot? Yeah, probably in Godot. So let's make a directory under here. Text effects. And then add, what do we call this? Like rage? Shake? Shake text effect? 6 hours later. Yeah, I hope that's not what happens here. Okie dokie. So we want shake text effect there. We want this stuff gone. We want using Godot. We want this deleted. This will be shake. And this will be FX. Okay, so how's that look? Whoops, that didn't work. What happened? I deleted like a whole bunch. Okay. All right, so I should be able to save that. BB code does not match the rule instance field. Yeah, this we got to ignore for this particular section because this is a Godot requirement. Disable once with comment. Yeah, Godot requires this. Can we do that or does that change this at all? No, yeah, Godot requires this capitalization. All right, now what's the problem with this? Still does not like this. Parameter name should match what exactly? Oh, the parent, and it's going to complain that we're using the wrong... I did not mean to start the game. Yeah, so this has to be capitalized X, which means that it's just going to fail this. All right, I guess put a comment for that too, huh? New game? Is the architect a metaphor for God? No, not in this case. We're just a game developer. Hey, Phil. Okay, so let's go try this out. We can now do the rest of these steps, right? So rebuild. I think we accidentally did that already, but let's just click the button, whatever, there. All right, so now it definitely built. I don't think we had to do that. There's already a shake effect? Wait, really? Why didn't I see that? Oh. Oh, well, then there we go. Problem done. We could change it a bit. You could probably customize it though, right? Yeah, rate level connected. Rate equals 100. Level equals 100. That's pretty funny. What is it by default? It's 5. Five's probably pretty good. And then what's connected? I don't understand what connected is doing. If it's 0, each glyph is moved individually, even if they're joined by ligatures. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't care about that one. We don't have ligatures right now anyway. And we don't need the level here. So it's just the rate. Okay, done. Well, we can delete this whole folder. Well, actually, well, no, yeah, let's delete the whole thing. Where's delete? Done. Okay, so shake is no longer a thing that we have to do. Okay, but I do want this to be typed out, I think. So it's like it's saying you shouldn't be here. Do we have something for that? I could have sworn there was something like this that existed somewhere. Because they... Oh, it's in the label, I think. It's not even an effect. It's in here somewhere, right? I could have sworn this existed. Displayed text, visible characters. What am I looking for? Hey, Flair. I am trying to figure out how to get this to type out what it's saying. I could have sworn there was a way to do this. Number of characters display. Ah, yes. Animating text appearing in a dialog box. Perfect. That's what I want. Yeah, visible characters. So if I set this to this. That's pretty good. Yeah. So we just got to do that. Okay. Wow. Well, this is shaping up to be pretty good. We don't need the entire adventurer sprite sheet, so I am actually going to edit this because all we need is the mage. And even then, we just need their single 3 frames that we have here, right? I mean, we might as well take the whole thing. All right, how do we do this? This, I think. No, this isn't going to work. This. So we click that button, unlink these, and set this to 80. Perfect. Then we click this button. It's so stupid. All right, so what? 48 times 3, so 144. Nice. Wait, no, not nice. I accidentally had that checked. 140. There's probably a better way to do this. I don't care at this point. I'm gonna just do it this sucky way. And there. Now we're done. Because we set this to 48, unlink these, and click this button. And there. I isolated the mage. That's why you need a spray. Yeah. I should probably set that up at some point. Should make dealing with sprite sheets a lot easier. That was a creative solution to an easy problem. All right, so now we export the whole thing, whole document, export into wherever, it doesn't matter. We'll just call this, I'll call it architect for now, but they're really just the mage. Nobody say anything. Don't let them know. Let me drag that in there. Now we change this to an animated sprite 2D and call it architect. Add in the sprite frames. So we want to add an animation, walk down, and then go into assets, characters, architect, architect. And this is 16 by 20. Walk down is this. And then we have a new animation, stand facing down. Now we just want one of these, right? That one. The mage found a new profession. Yeah, I mean, I like this idea that there's some linkage between the games. The thing is, the mage also, like, they don't really have magic in this world. But in terms of appearance and clothing, I think this is pretty close to what I picture the architect. And the glowing eyes could just be glasses, I guess, reflecting some light. But yeah, we're not going to think about that too much yet. We just have a plausible explanation for what's happening. Video games are magic. Yes, they are. All right, so you appear here. The camera maybe zooms out as you hear footsteps. Should we do that? I mean, you can't really see into the room. Also, do we have like a facing up animation for the platformer? We only have the ladder animations. I don't think it really makes sense. So they're just going to look to the side. Where's the ladder climb? Yeah, all of these have the foot raised, which wouldn't look... Yeah, this wouldn't work. All right, that's fine. She'll just face to the left. Or maybe as a result of that, we should rotate the room so that she's facing right and the mage walks in from the right. If we did that, we could actually use the mage's idle animation and the casting animation from battle. Oh, this is smart. Okay. Now we are cooking over here. Let's go take a look. Game, assets, battle. No, is it characters, adventures, and battle? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, but I guess they'd look like they're casting a spell. Okay, maybe magic is real. Afternoon stream? No, not today. Tomorrow's going to be a music stream, though. See you tomorrow. All right, take care, Pretzel. Have a good workout. Have some good oatmeal. Yeah, so they say you shouldn't be here, and they're doing their like hand wavy thing, and then they cast a spell at you. Hadouken. Enjoy your day. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think this idea is slightly better, in which case we have a lot of like grunt work ahead of us. So we would put this over here. We would face this to the side. Then we'd just lay out the room a little bit differently. The light probably wouldn't be focused on you either. It'd probably be like here, let's put the bright light on. Let's go move some stuff around. So like the computer and the computer chair, all of this can move down to here. Like it's reasonable that they'd be working right now, I guess. So there's the computer, there's the chair, and there's the table. Okay, now we delete all that from here, right? Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. All right, the couch doesn't really matter. The architect would be over here. The bright light would be off. The point light, I mean, I guess they're working in darkness over here. We need to illuminate just enough of them. And I guess you put this on their level. All right, so architect moves very slightly over and then says that you shouldn't be here, get out bit. That moves down to here. Yeah, the monitor glowing, I could do that, but I think it's gonna remove something from the scene a little bit. Let's set the texture scale pretty low and set the energy of this pretty low. Like it's gonna illuminate a computer. And I don't want it to be obvious that there's a computer in here. This is already set, right? Yeah. The player's fine. The architect is not fine. Oh, no, they are. Yeah, because you looking at this being like, oh, there's a computer. This must be the video game developer or something. You don't have another terminally online. Something like that. Maybe you woke them up. Maybe they were not coming from the computer. They were coming from their couch that they sleep on. Yeah, that probably makes a little bit more sense. Or they're just chilling in their room. They weren't doing anything. Yeah, I'll think about this when I get back. I should take a break. Yeah, we'll get this done this morning, I think. All right, is it jump time? It's jump time. All Hello, hello. Hey, Nat. Hey, ABC. Close the game. Oh, the cat made it in here. Hi. You want to come over? She like crept under the monitor. You're so funny. Come on, come sit down. Yes, good cat. I'm gonna work on the architect's office, cat. Do you want to come sit down? Yes, true. Oh, careful. Okay. Want a hairless cat? I like how soft Abby is. If she were hairless, she would not be as soft. But yeah, to each their own. Okay. So I guess we do want the battle animations here, so they're not just standing there when they're idle. Then again, I don't know. It could go either way. I guess I'll trim out the mage from here. This one should be a lot easier to do. So they're 40 pixels tall. So we want only 40 pixels like that. There we go. And then one more time. And there's that. That's my cat's name. Yeah, we did not name our cat. Well, technically she was Abigail. I guess we shortened it to Abby, so now that's her full name. But yeah, when we got her from the shelter, her name was Abigail. She was a good kitty cat. She still is. All right, so this would be architect. I'm just gonna say battle animations, but they're never battling. But it's gonna be clear that we took this from Skeleseller. So they're gonna walk over here. So this was pointless. So this is gonna be walk left. And we want that. Oh, also this should be repeated, right? Don't we duplicate this? Copy and paste. Yeah, so now they can actually look like they're walking. Yeah, it's way too fast. 2 frames per second? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's like a casual walking pace. So then we delete adventurer. Yeah. Then we add their idle animation. Idle left. Well, it's not really left, is it? It's idle right, and we need to just change their flip. All right, so 16 by 20. That's this. Should we flip it? Can you flip it in here? What does this do? You can't flip it in here? Huh. I know you can flip the whole sprite, and that's what we'll do, but I didn't know if while you're adding graphics, there was a way to do that. No, I don't think so. That's fine. And then their casting animation. And that is this. Okay, we got a whole lot going on now. So let's get the general animation player for this scene and get this to work. So we start out, maybe we fade in the light. So like this is set to 0.85. Maybe we have it like the scene fades in. Maybe like that much. I don't know. Let's just do it anyway. New cutscene. This should probably be pretty long, maybe like 20 seconds. And let's start by taking the point light and having its energy go from 0 to whatever it currently is. Yeah, so this is our like fade in. Okay, that's pretty good. So when we hit play, it's going to fade in. And there's going to be some footsteps. So the architect is going to actually start over here. And they're going to come out of the shadows. So property of the architect, position, move them from wherever they are. And maybe we wait a little bit. There'll still be some music playing here. And then we'll animate them over to here. And here is just so that they're visible from the shadows. Maybe like there. Hey, Caleb, I'm doing well. How are you doing? I don't think I've seen you in a little while. And then we need their sprite flip to be correct as well. So let's animate the property of the architect flip H. So you start by facing left. What is this doing? There we go. Yeah. Start by facing left, but you're in the walk animation. So we got to set that up too. Property, architect, animation. Walk left. Okay, cool. So if we just play this out, fades in, architect walks to the left. They don't look like they're in that animation, but that's probably working fine. Or maybe what we need to do is set it to autoplay. Autoplay on load. Can they all have that? No, it's just this one. All right, I'm not totally sure. Now we're overcoming the jet lag. Also in need of a dentist. What did you do in SF? Was it business stuff or was it fun? Or both? This is probably working fine, but we probably need to like play this scene. Can I do that? No, right. The character is affected by gravity, so they fall out of the scene. Oh my god, our gravity 0. They also probably shouldn't have a script and probably just detach that from here. And as long as they don't have a script, they shouldn't have really anything. They just have a sprite and an animation. All right, I can probably make this easier later. We won't worry about that yet, though. Oops, that's not what I meant to click. Yeah. So it's not working because I did not set this up to automatically play this. Autoplay. There we go. Now it should work. So now we should see a black screen. Yep, it fades in. Character walks from over here. There should be footstep sounds. They're not using the right animation. How did I mess that up? Animation walk left. Yeah, what's going on this isn't working? Is it not set to loop? It's set to loop. Oh, you need to also call play on it? Oh. How do we do this? Isn't there like a playing or something? If not, what we can do is we can call a method on it. Or maybe this has... No, it doesn't have it. Call method architect. I think you can just put play. Yeah, there it is. Play. And pass in a name. And the name we want to pass in is going to be walk left, I guess. And that means that we just delete this entire track. So now maybe it'll work. I'm not sure if it'll look like it's working in the scene, though. No, it doesn't look like it's working there, but I think it would work if we ran the scene. Okay, it is working. Problem is they're facing the wrong way now because of this. Let's just move this over there. Wait, so shouldn't it look like it's working here too? It doesn't. So it doesn't actually play. It doesn't invoke this. Yeah, you can call functions in the animation player. You can do a lot with this stuff on HiVile. Got to do some touristing where I went around Stanford, went to the Golden Gate Bridge, did a nice walk to the lighthouse. Rest was work, either going to meetups, came top 5 in a hackathon. Congrats. Working on some cool Git functionality, which would make 2 people doing a force push workflow on the same branch safe with our SF colleague. Wow, cool. Yeah, that sounds like it was a good trip. Hopefully the dentist thing wasn't related to that and it's just a thing you have. All right, so the architect walks over to here and then they say this. So let's make this visible here. And I kind of want this to be bold as well. But we don't have a bold font, so it's going to look bad. So we set this to 0. How do we do this? Property, label, visible characters. So, I mean, I guess just turn this off by default. I'd like it to be visible, though, in the scene. Maybe we just set this to 0 over here. Value 0. And then they walk over to here. And then they start talking. Insert key. And over the course of maybe like 2.5 seconds, maybe that's too slow, we set this to whatever the maximum is. This is not going to be easy, is it? The dentist thing is unrelated. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You know, it's kind of cool because if you were in most other parts of the US and you were like, oh, hey, I run a startup, people would be like, whoa, really? Like, what do you do? What do you... If you're in San Francisco and you say you run a startup, people will be like, ah, whatever. Everybody has a startup. I mean, that's a slight exaggeration. I think people still would care, but it's just very common there. I'm a founder. Hey, Alta 4. I'm president of my company. Yeah, so the reason I said this is going to be tough to do is because I need to figure out how many characters this is. Because in English, it's going to be a certain amount, but in other languages, it'll be different. Oh, there's visible ratio. Well, 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 then we can just do that. Yeah, we can just do that. So we just change this entire thing. Yeah. Just lurking while working. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Always happy to be a coworker buddy for somebody. All right, visible ratio. Yeah, they planned for this. In fact, well, yeah, they planned for this. Okay, so insert key. We want it to be 0 at first, and we want it to be at 0. Good. And then over here, roughly, we set it to 0 again. And then over here, we set it to 100%. 1. Then delete this whole track. Okay, so how does that look? I want the get out to play after a delay. And getting this behavior to work exactly like that is going to be annoying because, again, we have to think of where this is split up in the language. So in English, get out comes at the end. I mean, it would probably be at the end of all of these because it's like a separate thought almost. But I'd have to split it into 2 strings. I mean, maybe say you shouldn't be here and then a separate label below it can say get out. Yeah. Are you on the really latest version of Godot? No, I'm like one minor version away from the latest one. Hey, Padada, what's the difference between a startup and a new company? So a lot of times startup carries the connotation of trying to make a ton of money or like raise funding, that sort of thing. Whereas new company can be anything, like you just made a business. But that's just a connotation thing. They could also just mean the same thing depending on the person you talk to. Everyone I talked to was some form of founder. I was able to flex by saying that I'm a software engineer at a startup. Hey, it's Phil. Yeah, 2 labels. Hey, Boolean. Yeah, I think I'll do 2 labels. So this is the you shouldn't be here label. You should not be here. Or like first line. And then we'll just duplicate this and call it second line. And delete this and delete this. And put them inside of a VBox container. And put the VBox container over here. Size it differently. It should be centered and it should have enough space for other languages to be fine. So alignment center. Oh, that's center vertically. I want them centered horizontally. Where art thou horizontal? Somewhere in here. There it is. And same thing over here. Where is that? I keep missing it. There we go. Then this should probably be a little bit larger. Font size. Tick, 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 tick. Probably delete the spacing that's so crazy between those two. Yeah, like that's probably pretty good. Okie dokes. So now the animation player, this is the first line's visibility. So we play out you shouldn't be here, ... And then get out will be the next one. So add property second line ratio. So same thing at the beginning. We want, actually, I can just copy this, can't I? Apparently I cannot. Oh, it's down there. There we go. Set this to 0. So now here about, we're going to do something like this. Set this to 1. Okay, so now I hit play. How's this look? You shouldn't be here. Yeah, that's decent. It's not great. Yeah, I think the definitions of startup will vary from person to person. Also, this is kind of like a little too far away from the character because you don't know they're going to say a second line. So maybe we put the first line a little bit below and this, or sorry, first line a little bit above and the second line below. And that's taking a little bit too long. Let's speed it up. And now that this is larger, we can actually change the level equal 10. Maybe 7. I don't want it to be too crazy. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, so character walks barely into view. Hey, yo. Yeah, there's the wrap-up document if you're curious. Okay, so once they stop walking, which is here, their position is here. Now I want them to be in their other animation that they have. So let's make a new thing here, play. And this is called what exactly? Idle? Yeah, it's just idle. Idle. Okay. I don't know if they're going to be facing the right direction. Let's take a look. Yeah, they're facing the wrong direction. They're going to cast it on the computer. Somebody stop them. I need to time this with this. Let's just set this to 5.3. Actually, their position moves here. So whatever this is when I should set this, let's just set this to 5. And that way these things can also be set to 5. I should just snap this to like 0.1 boundaries and I can just drag it to 5, right? Nice. Perfect. Looks like he's dancing. Yeah, we might change this a bit. Oh yeah, I gotta change Skeleseller. Thank you, Leap Year Girl. And hello, Ecom Skeleseller. Skeleseller is the game that Adam released on March 17th, 2026, where you play as a skeleton jockey who requires adventures to collect loot. Laid back single player game. Try it for free here. Find out more in the FAQ. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, that animation's too fast. But that's pretty good. I like the rest of this. Then they go into their casting animation. So let's go change this. Their idle animation is playing out at too fast a speed. Let's try 3 FPS. Need to get back to my Skeleseller world. Oh, did I accidentally type it with 2 M's? Thank you. So they say get out, then they change to their casting animation. Play, what did I call it? It is cast. They should stay rotated. Cast. And then somewhere in the middle of that, there's got to be some like spell graphic, right? They got to do something that makes you disappear. Maybe you just disappear on your own. And hang on, I have an asset pack that I got that might be good for this. Let me see if I can find it. These. What's the license for these? Royalty free for use in commercial or personal projects. Yeah, this could be pretty good. There are a bunch of explosion graphics, and there could be one that looks appropriate for being teleported somewhere. And it's very high fidelity. So what do we have here? Blood, concussive, electric, fire, frag, ice, laser, standard. And maybe none of these actually work. Like, that looks like you're dying. That might work. Yeah, that might work. So the concussive one is the best one so far. Electric one, I don't think so. Fire, definitely not. This one, I don't know what that even is. Frag, no, definitely not. Ice, no. That one could work too. So laser and concussive. The other ones, oh, that could also potentially work. Void explosion. I like that a lot. What's a new game about? Take a look at this. Reverse Terminator reveal. Not totally fitting with this one. Okay, so yeah, so here are the three choices. Also, hey, Faceless. So we have this one. This is option number 1. Option number 2 is this one. And option number 3, actually, let's do it this way. Was what, the concussive one? Yeah. Okay, so for a teleportation explosion, what do people think is best? Left, middle, or right? Because I'm thinking left because it's like a galaxy looking thing. But I could be convinced that one of the other two would be better. Left? Okay, yeah. First GIF on Steam page shows the bad tile map fade. Yeah, I'm not going to fix that at this point. Left? Okay, cool. So let's do that. So we're going to take this and work it in over here. Let's go make an explosion scene then. So this will be a void explosion. I gotta add this to the credits. Let me go find out where I even put that. Home, downloads, assets I bought. Yeah, credits. Purchase as part of bundles, this one. Okay, let's go plug this in. So there's gonna be an animated sprite 2D. We make a new sprite frames. Yeah, I'm excited to see this come together. This takes a long time, and I wonder how to make this not take such a long time. Like, can I get better at this? Also, this graphic is huge. So particles, I guess I'll put it in there. It's not really a particle though. Yeah, put it in effects or something. I'm not sure. All right, now we quick load in that. Assets, particles here. Okay, the size should be 256 by 256. Yeah. So what is this supposed to look like? I'd love to see an example of it. Where'd that page go? Oh, I closed it. Okay, well, thankfully I have it open right here. They don't have the void one, do they? No. But they're not rendering... They're not rendering those circles at the beginning, right? Like, here's the ice one. They have that white graphic being used? There's a white graphic and a black graphic. I don't know what those are for. Probably just ignore those. But I don't know about these either. Like, this looks like a totally different intro to it. I don't know. Let's just take them all and just see what happens. Can I do this? No, I can't. It's a very high fidelity explosion graphic. And then are there frames over there? I see like 1 pixel, but I think that's the end of it. Oh, there are. Yeah, wow. All right, so a 69 frame graphic. Yeah, that's normal. All right, so we would probably want this to play out at a very, very high frame rate, like 60 FPS. That looks pretty good. Yeah, that looks really good. We should probably change the frame rate at some point. Yeah. APWS. That's way too huge. Yeah, we'll see what it looks like. I'll make it fit. Try with all frames. Like even the, oops, hang on a second. The only one I didn't put in is this one. I don't think we need that one. Oh, never mind. I also didn't put those in. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, even the flash. Yeah. Okay. All right, well, let's copy this first, and then let's delete everything in here. Actually, I should just make a new thing if I'm going to do that. Animated sprite 2D. New sprite frames. Add in everything. Be nice if there was a way to do... Oh, maybe I could just do this. Oh, smart. Wait. This... What? I have fewer frames than I had the first time? No, I have the same number of frames. So I did include the first part already. Oh, and the white and black? Really? Can you delete all of these at once? I don't want to click this button so many times, but I guess... There. I don't think that would look good. I don't know what those are there for, though, but... Yeah, no, that doesn't look good. Oh, I guess it is intended to be a very quick flash. Is it good like that? Yeah, maybe. Okay. Yeah, we got a cat a couple years ago, and we have some emotes of her. She just sits here very peacefully. Looks like an artifact. I'm not certain because it's not in the other graphics. The frames are there for alignment purposes. Are they there in the other graphics? Oh, they are. Okay, yeah, maybe it's... Yeah, maybe it's just for alignment. I don't know. I'm going to delete them. Impact? It could be. I don't know. Here's the difference, right? So if we just delete this, it's like either we just start with this or we have that flash at the beginning. Sure, they're there for a reason, but they don't look good. Well, all right. How about this? Let's take that one out for now, and let's just try this. So we're gonna save this as. We don't have, and maybe we'll make like an effects scene. I'll call this void explosion. And then we'll go try to implement it over here. So let's turn on the bright light. And add in the void explosion. Obviously shrink this down a lot. Should this be a nearest filter? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Yeah, massive. It's not going to be that big. Definitely not. So let's center this on the character and then just shrink it until it looks good. That's probably pretty good. It says pixel art. Yeah, I guess we can try both ways and see what looks better. But if we're not going to give this a script, I should make this the root node of the scene. Yeah, make scene root and just delete these other ones. Call this void explosion. And now in here, this should just be playable, right? Yeah. So cool. You paid for those frames. I want that white circle. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. So we want this to not autoplay and to not loop. So let's just turn this off by default. So in the animation player, we go back over to here in the cutscene and we play the cast animation. We need to line this up. There is no easy way to do this. So we're just going to put this maybe here. And at this point, we're going to make... Oh, it crashed Godot. Well, that was fun. Yeah, and it doesn't actually reopen, so we got to reopen it ourselves. Roots. Okay, let's try that again. Hopefully it doesn't crash this time. Nice, it did not crash. All right, so visible is going to be set to true. I was going to say visibility. Why? It sounded weird there. And then we want to animate it, so it's just going to play, which I guess is call method. Could we just set the playing property to true? Is that a thing? No, that is not a thing. Current animation, if it's changed, frame counter in progress or reset. Frame index. So none of this actually plays the thing. I got to call the play method. I wonder if there's a better way to do this so that it actually works in the animation player, because this is the problem I had in Skeleseller as well, is that some of this stuff works here, and then some of it you have to run in the scene, and it's kind of annoying. But all right, so there's our play method. We put that there, and we're going to choose play. Yeah, there's nothing else we can choose here, right? Just play. And if we don't specify anything, I think it'll use the default one. And then when it's done, we can delete it. But let's try running this now and just see what happens. Are there some things you have to use GDScript for? No. This didn't work, presumably because I have this in the middle of the thing. The timeline. Is this going to work now? It's still... Oh, you're just not supposed to be able to see over here. Why is that visible? Turn that off. And why is the camera over there? Let's turn off the bright light. It's still visible. What's going on? Oh, because of the reset node. Oh, man. Yeah, we got to turn this off. Yeah, visible is checked from the beginning. Yeah. Thank you, Ivan. Okay, so here we go. Character walks over to here. They're still in the darkness. You shouldn't be here. Get out. Okay, so the casting animation is not timed, and is looping, and that's looping. So we have a couple of problems. Void explosion. Why are you looping? Because of that. Okay, that's fixed. Now the casting animation is looping as well. That is over here. Cast should not loop. And then the timing was also wrong. And after they're done casting, they should go back into their regular stance. So like this stuff gets moved to the left a bit. Yeah, the timing of that's going to be a little bit difficult. I guess we could figure it out based on the frame rate. This is at 5 FPS. Can we see how fast that is? Is that too fast? It's kind of fine. Yeah, he banishes you multiple times. And again, and again. That'll show you. All right, well, we got to add another one of these in here that puts him back into idle. Alternatively, we could do this through code, and then we wouldn't have a problem. Or use an animation tree. Oh, yeah, we could probably use an animation tree. Because then it would move back to it automatically at the end. I'm not going to do that for right now. Love the idea of having comedic bit. Yeah, I'm very excited about this. iJewel. Okay, let's try that. How's it look? It's going to start from the middle, won't it? No, that's good. We need sounds here too. It's just too fast. I wonder if we play this at 30 FPS, if it'd be better. Yeah, it looks decent. I kind of want there to be a looping section maybe, where it shows you this orb for a pretty long time. We can probably easily loop it. Especially if it's playing at 60 FPS, you probably wouldn't notice that like some of the particles don't line up or something. Problem is, how do I figure that out right now? Because you can see that vortex in the background gets more saturated and bigger. And then it's at its maximum size. Can we find like an easy looping section within here? So I don't know. I think we just copy a bunch of frames and just see what happens. Yeah, let's just duplicate these. Copy and paste. So it was 28 to 45. Let's save that and see how that works. Oh, that worked pretty well because I didn't even see that there was a difference. Well, it also didn't really seem to extend it too long, right? Oh, no, I added it at the end. What is going on? Yes, I added it at the end. So it didn't work pretty well. So we need to put this after 45. You can't do that. All right, what if we delete all of these and click 45 and then paste? Still puts them at the bottom. Okay, what if we do this? There, how's that look? No, it looks like it's repeating. There's like an obvious glitch in the middle of it. I don't know what we do. Only thing I can think is that we would just slow down the animation, but that's not necessarily better, right? Make it look like it's on purpose. Maybe what we could do is slow down the vortex parts of these. So like if I click all of these and set the frame duration to 2x, how's that look? There is still a glitch in there somewhere. I don't know if I messed this up or not. All right, let me just delete all the frames. Do a bounce in the middle. I don't know how to make it look convincing. Let me find this again. Set this to 256 by 256. Select all. Do this. Delete, delete. I guess delete the first frame too. Yeah, so I had accidentally messed up the frame somehow. Back and forth on some frames. I think because, okay, so you can see these particles are going inward. If you ever made it bounce backward, you'd see them leave for a second. I think that would look a little strange. So let's just get the largest frames and just set it again to 2x and see how that looks. Yeah, and then maybe just speed it up toward the end. So like all of these turn into 1.5x, and then these turn into 1.25, and then this goes back to 1. So now it'll speed up toward the end. 1, 2. Yeah, it takes like 2 seconds to play out. That's the only problem. I just don't think it's long enough to convey the magnitude of what's happening here. All right, well, anyway, they say get out. They play their animation. Then we create this thing on you. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with that sort of thing. Oh, that looks a lot better. Okay, yeah, nice. Then you disappear. Why are people like this? I'd just call them out. Just burn every bridge you can. Like, what is making you like this? Put a bunch of The Office gifs in there. Michael Scott yelling at Toby. Okay, so as soon as we create this graphic, or like close enough after we create the graphic, we can now hide the player because you won't be able to see them anymore. So player, visible, false. Okay. So yeah, let's try this one more time. So we need sounds. Ideally, we have sounds even on the text getting typed out, like tick, 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 tick. And then the whole thing would fade out. And actually, so would the dialogue. So we could just fade out the whole VBox container, right? Modulate. So after they have said get out, that can fade away. Maybe like right around here. I can barely see the architect character at all. Yeah, I want to make them like slightly more visible maybe. That fade should happen sooner. Let's just drag this whole thing to the side a little bit. Yeah. So add sounds to the office scene. Only saw character in darkness. Yeah, the other thing we could do is give them their own point light. Like, this would start at an energy level of a little bit more. It'd be on the architect. And then we just reset the transform of this. And then just don't make this so bright. Maybe like texture scale, set this super tiny. I want it to be like very focused on this character. Yeah, like that. So now as they move, they'll be lit up, but you'll be able to see them at the very beginning of the scene. And also you'll be able to see them before you're supposed to be able to see them. Yeah, that's a little bit better, I think. The animation just plays out so fast, though. You fade in the light as they walk toward the player. Yeah, I got to do something like that. I'm going to try to make this just play out at 45 frames per second. Yeah, I think that's better. So that'll make it take, what, 25% longer? Or something like that. Fade this light in. So this is going to be the architect light. And as they start walking is when we want to fade that in. So we'll just change the energy of the architect light. So start at 0 and go up to 0.75. I want it to be, maybe the scale also increases a tiny bit. Yeah, it just crashed again. This is going to keep happening. Hey, Sosola. Cool project. Thanks. Yeah, I'm really excited about this project. I think this is how most of it's going to go, though, where it takes a lot of effort to get like another 10 seconds of gameplay. Did it add this in or no? It did not. That's fine. Okay, so the energy we're going to control to be 0 at first. Yeah, so that's 0. Nope, that's not 0. That's 0. And then once they start walking, so like right around here, we make it scale up to 0.76. So now as they walk, that should probably take a little bit longer. Maybe like that. Yeah. And then once they get out into the open, maybe we also change the texture scale of it to make it illuminate even more. Insert key over here. So that's 0.21. Let's make it expand out a little bit and maybe even decrease the energy. I'm not sure. I think you would decrease the energy. Or maybe we just make this a tiny bit bigger. 0.21 up to 0.26. I'm excited for this game. Really fun idea. Yeah, I can't wait. See how people enjoy it. That's pretty cool. So then I think I said in here somewhere, where do we have the opening of the game? Yeah, here. Okay, blast you with a spell from the shadows and you disappear. The camera lingers on this world for a bit longer. We play some music. and then the screen fades out. So camera lingers on this world for a bit longer, then we fade the whole thing back to black. So the fading the whole thing back to black, we could just add another texture over the whole screen. We could also just set the point lights back to 0 and there'd be no light in the scene. So at this point, yeah, this fades out. We played the thing. Your character's no longer visible. It's playing out the animation of the void explosion, which takes some amount of time. I don't know, maybe over to here, and then we'll fade out the scene. So we set this. No, that's a bad idea. Let's just add a color rect over everything. I'll put this in the canvas layer, and we will stretch this to fit the whole screen and make it black. Well, in this case, I guess transparent at first. And then control that to go from, I guess the color is fine. It could also be the modulate. Yeah. Set the color to go from what it currently is to fade out. There we go. And that's it. Is it a marketplace tool? It's just built into Godot. And hey, Atomic. And howdy, train. All right, so here's our whole scene that we have so far. We need sound effects. We probably need to polish this a little bit. We need to make the gray space disappear. Okay, that was not what I expected. I don't know how that just happened. Oh, I see. Because we went from transparent white to full opaque black. And it should be transparent black to opaque black. That should fix it. Okay, now let's stretch out the world a little bit. So let's turn on our bright light again. We don't need these things. Tile map layers over here. Let's just get this to be consistently like that. That looks good. So now there won't be blank gray space. Oh, except for it's illuminating the whole thing. Oh, because of the bright light. Right, of course. Maybe for the sake of being able to see that whole graphic, we should not have you be like aligned to the left side of the screen. Which means I got to move everything. Because, yeah, your player shows up right there. Yeah, they should probably be moved. Also, the void explosion should probably just be on you. And that way we don't need to do anything special. Yeah. All right, let's move this over a bit then. Even just to there. If you entered from the side, yeah, maybe like that. It shouldn't change anything else. Yeah. And then I think just delete this couch, right? Like, yes, it exists there in the world, but so what? All right, I'll try one more time. So if there's nothing glaringly wrong with this, except for the bright light that I have on still, if there's nothing glaringly wrong with this, then probably move on from here. Maybe add the sounds. That didn't work. Well, it didn't even play out the whole thing, the whole animation. What happened? I wonder if this got messed up in the reset. Void explosion. It's just so visible. Yeah, I think this needed to be stopped. Like it needs to be on frame 0. Maybe I'll explicitly say that here. Can't we just click this and have it do that? Maybe. No, I'll just add in a new thing then. And we'll set the void explosions frame to be, no, not sprite frames. Why am I so bad at this? There. Just frame. Hang on one sec. My wife wanted to know where the cat is. She's right here. I poke you in your little fluffy head. Should we be able to see the desk? No, not really. Because if you know that it's a desk, then you know that this character is not really like all that menacing of a character if they're sitting in front of a computer. No, what? It's still ending early. What's going on? It might be the animation player cutting it out, but I'm not sure how. Oh, because you make the player go invisible. Oh, and now the void explosion is underneath the player. So we just make their sprite go invisible. Right. You change this once you've already done it? No. All right, fine. Sprite 2D. Visible. So I want it to be at exactly this time, 13.1. 13.1. And then just delete this whole track and turn this off. Okay, well, I think that's pretty good. We need sounds. Oh, you leaving? Okay. Open the door. Come on. Come on, cat. She's just standing at the doorway. Typical cat behavior. So I wonder if there's a property or an event when you change this, the ratio. No. If there were, then I could have it play a sound every time that happens. Where are the signals? Here it is. Finished, meta clicked, meta hover. Yeah, no, they don't have it. Yeah, we might need to change how some of this stuff works. I want to be careful about doing this stuff through code. Well, what are the sounds we need? So footsteps. The vortex sound. And typing out the text. Some kind of speech sound. I mean, some of this we can do in the animation player. We actually don't have an animation player for the architect, but if we did, then we could have it play a sound. Had the desk be something like an alchemy table, and the stuff you replaced with what it was in reality later, a desk with a computer in this case. Yeah, the only problem is the reality isn't changing. The architect is here, and we've got a time dilation effect going on. So like in the game world, I didn't actually figure out what this should be, but maybe it's like 1 minute of the real world is like an hour in the game world or something, so that you can make a bunch of progress and not have the architect like be able to react to it very quickly. So if you see a desk the first time, you'd probably see a desk the second time too. All right, so how does this connect to the rest of this? Let's try this out. Full screen this. No, the camera's in the wrong spot. We can't see anything that's happening. Oh, man. Also, that canvas layer showing on top of the settings UI, apparently. That's also a problem. The pause menu shows in a canvas layer here. Is there a way to, how do we do this? Layer, lower values are drawn behind higher values. Okay, let's set this like 2 then. It's already broken. Yep. Yep. All right, well, that's coming from here. Once you get to the office, well, I guess it's technically in the platformer game that owns this thing. So we set the camera to be frozen. It was currently looking at where the player was, but then the office is set to where the player is. We need to figure out where the focus should be in that scene. Why is pausing recreating the whole tile map layer? Well, it depends on how you pause. If you pause by pressing escape on your keyboard, then you're triggering this code. And this is just, it says delete me eventually. So this causes the architect realm to get created because this is just a cheat that we have in the game for right now. But if you pause via the cancel, or sorry, not the cancel button. If you pause via the start button on your controller, it shouldn't do that. But yeah, for right now, I gotta put an event handler here, like mark that this is done. Yeah, I know, it is pretty confusing. Okay, so where I left off, fix the camera when entering the office. The office scene should get initialized with the camera so that it can do this itself. It should set position and zoom immediately. All right, I'm gonna take a break. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hi. Close the game. Okay. Almost 5K. We're going to have to change the code. So fix the camera. The way I did this in Skeleseller was that a scene knew where the camera should be focused. And in this particular case, I guess the camera should just be at 0, 0 in this scene. Which, yeah, like when I hit play here, it's focused like there. How is that possible? I guess because there is no camera in this scene. If I added one, what would happen? It's up there. Won't that mean that now we're looking at the upper left? Yes. So why, when we don't have a camera, I guess it puts the camera at the upper left of the scene. Yeah, it probably does that. Okay. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. for me right now. So if we want to align the camera, I mean, I guess I like where it is when we play this. And I just need to figure out how we'd get it back to this position. There is no camera, right? Yeah. So I want to position so that the upper leftmost like pixel is at 0, 0 of the office scene. Problem is I don't know how to do that. We can change the position, but I guess it's the viewport size that I want to get. So I get the viewport size. I then, yeah, okay, maybe this won't be that hard. Get viewport rect. Rect 2D viewport equals, or rect, yeah, sure. Why does this not exist? What is this thing? Oh, rect 2. Oh, whoops. No dimensions at the end of that. All right, so camera dot position equals, I want to, well, I guess, yeah, it's gonna be new vector 2, but it's gonna be the office's position, which is a player's global position. So office dot position plus the size divided by 2. And then, actually, I guess we could just do that, right? And it'll just figure this out. I think that'll work. The lower dev time to playtime ratio with a story game, my initial impression is you got to put a lot more effort into each minute of gameplay. Is this a concern? Do you have any thoughts about how to prevent this being an issue? It's especially a concern for this game because we're not just making one game, we're making a bunch of games. So it's not like mechanics you do in the first hour are ever going to show up again in the game. That's it. They were just there for that time. And then you move on. So this is a like very thoroughly scripted game in that sense. And it's going to take a lot of time to do. I think that with any game, you got to think about how long do the mechanics stay fun for? So as an example, if you take any like Zelda game, if they just added another 100 dungeons to the game, would you be like, yes, I'm playing all 100 of those dungeons? Like, probably not. Probably going to get bored before you run out of dungeons. Some people will always play every game to full completion. So that's not, you can't, oh, nice. That kind of worked. Problem is, it's got to do this instantaneously. So we got to turn off the, oh, also, it's in the wrong spot. What's going on here? What did happen there? Maybe it ended up being frozen, so it couldn't move the rest of the way. So we turn camera position smoothing enabled equals false. Yeah, so I think that's one of the considerations you need. I think it also comes down to what is your philosophy about making games. Like, I want to make games that are fun, and when they stop being fun, you stop playing them. But a lot of people want to feel the fun drop before they feel like they're done. The player's not even in the right position. Like, what's going on here? Player gets reparented to the... Oh, there are technically 2 players then. So they're getting reparented to the... Ooh, I did not think about this. So technically the player would just cease to exist here. Yeah, I guess so. We don't even reparent them. So this whole thing about setting this to the global position, I think we just pre the character. There's a copy of this in the office scene. Wait a year or 2 and go again. Yeah, I mean, technically any form of media is re-experienceable if you just forget what happened. Like, you read a book, it's not changing the second time you read it, but you might have forgotten what happened and you would like rediscovering that. Same thing with a TV show or a movie. I've watched lots of movies multiple times, but I don't think that means that the movie itself was made for rewatchability. There are some movies that try to put in small details that you notice the next time around, especially pretty much any movie with time travel. Like now that you watch it and you know the twist, you're like, oh, now I'll pay attention and see what are the signs, and you have a different experience. And in that sense, there are some games that are intended to be replayable too, where either you get more progress or you get to a different level of depth. But for any game that's not explicitly replayable, yeah, people still replay it. That looks great. That all worked great. We did it. Wow. Nice. So I want to hear it with the music, but we don't have sounds yet. So yeah, let's at least have the music on. Unfortunately, there's no easy way to do this short of like just playing through the whole game. So let's get over to there. I should really learn how I can do these jumps the fastest way. That's so great. So at some point the music needs to fade out. Oh, also I needed to test this with with this. Make sure the pause menu doesn't mess that up. Hey Frag, thank you. All right, let's try this again. We just got to make sure the pause menu doesn't mess up with the text, because I should be able to pause at any point here. Yeah, nice. Now this one's in front. Okay. Finds out that it's possible. Yeah. Yeah. This is looking pretty good. All right, so we got to work on the sounds and we got to have the music fade out, I said, right? Yeah, so how will we fade out the music? That's something that the game should have to do, I guess, because we have a reference to... Wait, do we have the reference to the music player? Yeah, we do, right there. Spooky music player. So we could have a function in this scene that knows how to fade it out. Then the scene's eventually going to go away. Yeah. I'll do that for now, but I'm not super happy with that idea. So private void fade out spooky music. All right, where's our tweening stuff? Because we don't have a reference to this from inside the scene. If we did, we could just use the animation player for it. But it's in a different scene. We're in the architect office. Yeah. It's too bad. All right, so where is this? Here. Got it. Put this down here. Tween equals that one. Great. It'll get turned into a var. That's okay. All right, so set the volume here from whatever it currently is. Spooky music player dot volume dB to whatever it should be. This will not work. Why do we do things this way? I guess because it was going to fade in, but fading out won't make that work. So I want this. Yeah, and maybe over the course of, 2 seconds is probably fine. Okay, now we just copy this and put that there. We could make a utility function out of this. I'm probably going to end up doing this a lot. All right, so fade out spooky music. We should now be able to call method. Oh, wait, that's on the platformer game. Drat. So this has to be public so that the architect realm can call into this. No, I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that. Well, let's just do the cheapest possible thing for right now. Let's just copy paste this over here. And when we initialize the realm, we'll initialize it with the spooky music player. Refactor, change signature. What? How do I just... Yeah, there we go. Yay. All right, now put that over there. This is silly. This is silly what I'm doing. Okay, that'll work now. Now we can go over here and call that method. Architect. Oh, this is the office? Okay, my bad. This isn't even the realm. The office does not have that music player. I should probably think about this. So we could call a method in the office that it will go up to the realm and up to everything else. Let's just do that. I think that's probably clearest. Yeah. So we don't do this. Well, we have a fade out spooky music, but all it does is like faded out spooky music. These are the kinds of things I want to come up with a better way to do. Because, yeah, I don't like how this is going right now. This seems tedious. And then this needs to be in the office scene, which doesn't even have a script on it. So we need to add one just for the sake of it emitting a signal up to the other thing. Ugh. What are other ways we could do this? Like, should we get a music player into this scene? This could just be part of the realm. I don't like any of that. I can manually place things. Excuse me. I think that's probably fine. Yeah, fine. Let's do this. Architect realm. So I guess let's add in the architect office. Yay. Great. So that's up there. This is a node 2D, partial class this, node 2D. So it's going to have a public event action, whatever we called this. This will inherit from system, and we need a private fade out spooky music. Yeah, that. There we go. So now when we make the office, which the realm doesn't even get, well, that shows me how much I'm paying attention to this stuff. So we don't need this here anymore. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need the init call to pass in the player. So this needs to be an architect office so that we can listen to it. Faded out spooky music plus equal fade out. Oh, I deleted that, didn't I? No, where'd it go? It's gone. All right, fine, whatever. Spooky music. Yeah, I deleted it. Oh, well. This is volume percent. This should be what I want, right? Yeah, that's good. And now I think we're good. Now we can call that function. And now it's finally going to be on the office here. Call this. Office. Insert fade out spooky music. And that needs to happen toward the end somewhere. Maybe when we fade out the scene. It takes 2 seconds to fade out the music, but only 1.5 seconds to fade out the scene. Maybe we just time the two things. Or just put this here for now. And then probably end this at the 17-second mark. So that when this is done, we can fade in the new scene. I hate good enough. You ever tried fixing someone else's fault? I mean, I think it's a trade-off. It's not, I don't think anyone would say that like good enough is the same as perfect. I don't think anyone would probably say this, but I think it's like sometimes you won't do something at all. And at that point, good enough is definitely better than nothing. And lots of times, good enough is good enough. There is no, I need to improve this later. It was like, yeah, well, you know, in Skeleseller, actually, that's a good example. In Skeleseller, we have plots of land that are just blank at the beginning. Like this shop is just stone at the beginning. And that was good enough at the beginning of the game. And you know what? No one's ever really complained about it. In fact, they kind of indicate that like, hey, a shop will be here eventually. So yeah, I think sometimes you save yourself a lot of time and sometimes you cost yourself time. But I think that's why you've always got to make a decision. Do I want good enough? Do I want perfect? Do I want nothing at all? Okay. So the music will fade out. We can detect that we're done here. And then I guess tell the game to switch into some other scene. Because when we fade in, we're going to be in a different game entirely. So let's try to get that connected, which means we need another method in the architect office. Like done with cutscene or finished cutscene. Yeah, this would need to emit a signal. Can we do this in a different way? Is there like, can we add a signal? I don't think so. All right, that's fine. Do you know what benefits there are of using C# over GDScript for Godot? So the way I would kind of talk about this is I think you should use what's comfortable for you and what works for your game. Those are the two most important things, because you might find that you're working on some super performance intensive game, in which case you might say, well, I use C#. It's not necessarily a better option for performance depending on what you're doing. There are a lot of interactions with the engine that are actually slower, but C# as a language is faster. So you should kind of find out ahead of time. Anyway, in terms of what are the benefits, I think C# is a more expressive language. It is generally more performant in terms of running just language stuff. Interacting with the engine, like I said, is slower because you're marshalling into C++. And you lose the ability to do web exports. That's not a benefit. That's actually a major downside. But you will regain that at some point in the future when they fix it. And it's not like the majority use case for Godot is to use C#. So I find that some bugs take a little bit longer to get fixed. In my case, it ended up being a practical solution that doesn't look well. Though I have put warranty on it, and good enough isn't really the best. Working for myself is always a bit different. Yeah. Well, I think there are also times even in a company where you choose to cut a corner and it makes the most sense at the time. I mean, imagine like a failing company and they do some kind of Hail Mary like we're going to we're going to rush a feature out in a week and it turns out that it saves the company. And it's like, well, I think saving the company was probably worth having really bad code for some amount of time. And maybe for the next 2 years people are paying for it, but it's like, well, the company wouldn't have existed if they hadn't done that in this contrived scenario. All right, so private void, um, finish cutscene. Yeah. Okay, so now I got to call this at the very end, which is, I guess, right here. Finish cutscene. We want that to be at exactly the 17-second mark. Yeah. Hopefully that works. Then we need to listen for this and call all the way up to main here. Finished cutscene. Transition to next game. Maybe like finished game. Yeah. And we don't have an action here, do we? All right. Public event action finished game. So this is being invoked. Yes. Then main listens to this on the platformer game. On finished. I guess let's just call this platformer game for now. Private void on finished platformer. I feel it. With do I lean toward use GDScript unless you gain a major benefit from another language? Yeah. I also suggest that to new people. I have my YC# command here because a bunch of people ask me this. And I think I even wrote this at the top. Yeah, TLDR, I think it's still the best introduction to Godot for new game developers. And I use C# is better for me. More thoughts below. Hey, Mike Kamar. How you doing? The other thing is I just finished making Skeleseller, and Skeleseller is a 2-year-long endeavor made in C#. So it's like, well, we can reuse a lot of that code, which is pretty nice. Okay, so we have a game inside main over here. AT2, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. Really appreciate the raid. We are working on a game called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial, and I only just started coding it on Monday, so it is still relatively new. And it starts out... Let me run the game. It starts out relatively like straightforwardly. So if I full screen this. So it looks like we're just in a platformer here. We still have some things we got to fix up. Like I said, this is all very new. So press A to jump. You got your normal jump and stuff here. You go through the platformer. You learn other mechanics. But this is not really the game. Make an air dash. You can make it through the world. You make it to this section. And it's like, oh, hey, those jumps and the dashes you've been doing, why don't you try to collect all the diamonds? So you try it out. It's impossible. You fall through the world. You eventually reach the Architect's Realm. This is unfinished, not because it's supposed to be this way in the game. The rest of this is supposed to be the way that it looked. Like it's supposed to be broken, you fall through the world. But you make it over to here in this door, and you meet the Architect. There's no sound for this. But they warp you from there into a farming game. And that's what we got to work on now. Well, not actually the farming game. We're probably not starting that and making any real progress in the next hour. But we'll get the transition into a new game. And then we'll clean up the code and check in and work on some of this other stuff. I know that guy. Yeah, you might. Hey, Vedden, what keyboard am I using? I'm using a Corn keyboard. Okay, so yeah, where is this sub game that we have here? Here it is, platformer game. So we want to remove the platformer game and put in the farming game. So let's go make a farming game. Farming game. Save this in scenes, sub games, farming game. Yeah, call it farming game. Where do you get the art and music assets, etc.? All of that I got from Itch so far, but I plan on making the music myself. I'm going to start that tomorrow. And now let's throw something in here. Again, this can just be literally any graphic just to show that we're in a new scene. So let's go get literally any graphic. There we go. That's the first one I could find. So it is just a sprite sheet. We put this up here. We scale it a bit. That's it. That's our farming game for right now. And that'll just make it clear that we have something. Now, when we transition to the next game, we're going to get subgame node dot get child 0 queue free. Then we're going to instantiate it in a new scene. Why doesn't this go toward... Interesting. Okay. So this will be the farming game. Oh, we don't have a script for that. I got to get a script for that. All right, let's do that. Add class farming game. So this is going to be partial class. This inherits from node 2D. And on ready, we're just going to say ready. No. It should. Yeah, nice. There we go. Okay, now we get the farming game script and put it up here. Now this can actually be a farming game. This needs to change to that. Then we add this to the right subgame node. And I want to fade this in. We got to do that. You run them with .NET just like how you run JS with Node. Yeah, I have seen that. Yeah. Yeah, so the fade in part, I wonder what should be responsible for this. We could keep a node in here in main for fading in. Like I could just add in a color rectangle and we make this black and have it take up the full screen. And call this like fade, screen fade rectangle. Wait, it's a color rectangle, right? Screen fade. Yeah, sure. Let's just call it that. Played through Elden Ring? No, I have never played Elden Ring. Okay, so private color rect screen fade null. In here, let's fetch this. And then in here, we will tween it. I don't want to tween the opacity. I want to tween the color to new. No. Colors.transparent. Over the course of a second, maybe? One. And then set the screen fade here to full black. There we go. Okay, so let's try that. And then this should put us into our, fake farming game that we have. So I'm going to just skip ahead to here. We're going to go into this. We actually have to watch this cutscene. I got to have a way to skip this stuff, I think. Tricky by looping almost the same room 3 or 4 times on top of each other. Ah, interesting. Yeah, it reminds me of the Lost Woods in the original Zelda. All right, it's going to fade out. And then it should fade in, and we should be looking at a really bad graphic here that's stretched and everything, but that did work. But there is something that went wrong here. How is transparent actually defined? Oh God, I don't know what that means. All right, well let's just put a breakpoint in ready then, and I'll just see what it's set to. What other games will there be besides the farming? There are gonna be a lot of them. I'll talk about it in a second. Let me take a look at what this is first. R is 1. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, it's transparent white. which might not matter if you're just setting it to that color, but we're transitioning to that color. So we need to do, well, unless there are multiple transparents. No, there aren't. All right, so we need to say new color. Can you specify it in RGB? What are their constructors that they have? I think they have like colors.from. Am I being stupid here? Where is it from? Here we go. From HTML. There we go. Well, this is probably not the best, but it works, so let's just do it. And the HTML is going to be all black. There. Is that RGBA hex converted to decimal? Probably, yeah. Hey, Magnus. Yeah, so other games besides the farming, there are going to be some mini games, some like micro games, some very zany ideas. And yeah, you'll see those get developed over the next probably year or so. All right, so it should fade in. Perfect. Okay, good. No nano games. Those are off limits. So instead of a graphic, let's just put a text thing here saying to do add a farming game. All right, now I should clean up the code and check in. So this is done. Fade to black, fade in. Yep, this all works. Add sounds. We can do this today too. This we can do. What time is it? 10:30? Okay, yeah. I'll have enough time for that. We can fix this as well. This too. I want to make sure we're not keeping a lot of... Like, these are all unfun tasks, but I want to make sure that we're still doing those. This we figured out. Need the effect node to be where the player is in the scene hierarchy. Maybe we add the hearts and the diamond counter. Yeah, I don't see why not. And what else? We did this already. That's done. Okay, so that's pretty good for now. So we'll clean up and check in. Okay, yeah, we got a lot going on here. Levels have a B side to them that are harder and semi-secret. Probably not. Right now, here's the current plan. The plan is make the opening of the game as a demo and see how people react to it. Like, do they like the idea? Are they intrigued enough to keep playing? And then it'd be design more games. But in terms of how the story is going to play out, like, I don't want the game to be difficult. And an example of where this philosophy is already coming out is this platformer game has a jump, a double jump, a dash, and you can dash and then jump and then dash again. So technically you could do something like this and get a lot of distance. This requires some dexterity to do, and it's like something the player has to learn. And the problem is you're not incentivized to learn this if you're only going to be in this game for like 30 seconds. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of like difficult mechanics in the games because you're going to only interact with them for such a brief time that, yeah, we shouldn't force it on you. So nothing in the game, like you should be able to do everything by just double jumping. You're never actually even required to use the dash ability that you get, but it's there in case you want it. So you could say, well, why not take these mechanics? You just coded all this. Why not now make a more difficult game out of it? But like, is that fun? Is that the point of this game? Yeah, we have platforming mechanics. I spent a lot of time on this already. But like, is that the point of this? Do we leave the big palm tree in? I'm not certain we're going to keep all these graphics. And it does feel weird to me that we can't step on the trees. Maybe if they're all in the background, it'd be a little different. Yeah, Darkstorm worked on that stuff, Magnus. So yeah, anyway, that's my philosophy. I don't think we're going to add any real difficulty to this, but toward the end of the game, maybe the games could have some other objectives and there could be more of a reason to do that. Like, I don't want this game to really have backtracking either. Extra little level is harder for an achievement. I think achievement design is really tough. There were a lot of people who kind of complained about the Skeleseller achievements that like, oh, why did the game not make them more obvious and stuff? I do not look at achievements the same way that a lot of people who played Skeleseller looked at them. A lot of people were like, I need to get all of them. And I look at them as like, yeah, if I get them, that's fine. If not, that's fine. So if I have an achievement that's like, oh, hey, in this game, get every single diamond, then someone's going to be like, I got to go replay the whole game now and go figure out what these achievements are. And it's going to be unfun for them. I want the game to be fun for people. So that's my like end result. That will mean that some people who want the game to be more difficult will not have fun, which is why I need to market it as like, this is supposed to be an easy game. I like hard achievements. They're called achievements for a reason. Yeah, I just saw some really, in my opinion, bad ways of playing Skeleseller. Like Skeleseller is not supposed to be a hard game. Someone like cheated and advanced the time in the game so that they could just get the achievements done. It's like, if you're not having fun, just don't get the achievements. But this person felt compelled to do that. And then someone else was playing and they were like actively playing, but they weren't having fun. And they said it repeatedly. Like, I do not find this fun. I don't want to be playing. And I asked them like, why'd you keep playing? And they're like, yeah, it was the achievements. So that taught me a lot. Like, I don't want people to sour on the game just because the achievements are tough. And for people who like difficult games or difficult achievements, this just wouldn't be the game for them. It's like, there are certainly difficult games out there. And there they might expect the achievements to be even harder. And it's that challenge and getting over that challenge that they enjoy. Is that an achievement problem or a them problem? It's a them problem for sure, but I have to consider that because those people leave reviews for the game just like everybody else. Like most of the discussions that happened afterward were like, I can't figure out how to get this achievement. And it's like, well, then just don't get it. But yeah, it's not how people take achievements. They want to get them. So yeah, it is something you need to consider as a game designer. And again, you can make any arbitrary line in the sand you want. You could say all of my achievements are going to be nearly impossible to get. They're going to take 900 hours. Someone out there in the world is going to love it. But if most of the people dislike it, you'll probably just get negative reviews as a result of like, well, these achievements are too tough. Just can't please them all. Yeah. So like my target audience for this, I think is going to be people who want a lighthearted experience. And if you end up liking this and toward the end of the game, we start introducing more difficult mechanics and they're optional, I think that'd be okay. But yeah, that's like an end of the game kind of thing. Okay, so this is looking good. The office itself, let's go look at that scene. It's almost impossible to look at them through TSCN files. So we have a bright light just for making this more bearable to deal with. We could also just turn off the canvas modulate, I realized. I don't know what's better to do. I'll just say bright light for testing. We can put this anywhere, right? We can put this here. No, we need to put it below. Oh, this just isn't like that bright. We can do that. I'm more on the make the achievements difficult side of things, but I enjoy a good challenge. Yeah. I don't mind what level achievements are set to. They could all be easy. They could all be hard because if I'm not having fun, I just won't pursue them. But I don't have that compulsion to get them all anyway. If I did have that compulsion and something was too difficult, then I'd be like, well, how do I cheat? Or yeah, how do I, like, I get that point of view. It's unfortunate that it bleeds into the rest of the marketing of the game. If you have frustrated players and they were expecting all the achievements to be super easy or something because the game is easy, then they might be like, well, the game sucked. I couldn't get all the achievements. Nobody should play this. Are they going to be inbuilt or just ones that come up on Steam? So if there's time or anything, you could add a hardcore mode. Okay, so there'll probably be Steam achievements, but to be clear here, this whole you could add a hardcore mode, this is counter to everything I was just talking about. Like, just because you can add something, it does not necessarily fit the philosophy of the game. And there are going to be some people who are like, I should play in hardcore mode now, and then they don't have fun. So yeah, this is like very much counter to what I would like to do. And people kept asking about that in Skeleseller too, and I'm like, this is not what you think it would be. Very few people would probably enjoy a hardcore mode in Skeleseller. I think if there are like massive populations of people or there are communities built around it, it can be self-sustaining, but otherwise I think it would just be a frustrating experience. I know some people who force themselves to get all the achievements for their OCD to make the Steam profile look not look incomplete. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a difference between like okay, let me put it this way. There's a game design philosophy that I have for all the games that I work on, and the philosophy is sometimes specific to that game. So let's say I were making a Dark Souls game. I would probably lean into okay, it's supposed to be difficult, it's supposed to be pretty vast. I don't know what the achievement design is, but achievements can be difficult too. This is just not it's not steering in that direction. Yeah. So at the end of all this, I think it's really important to have a unified philosophy. And then you can figure out do things fit or not fit within this lens. And if that philosophy is try to please everyone, I mean, you'll end up making games like, I don't know, Candy Crush, where, yeah, it's a wildly popular game. Will a hardcore gamer love it? Maybe, maybe not. But like, you kind of go toward least common denominator when you are trying to please everyone. And if that's your game design philosophy, then you lean into it. I think for this, it is make sure maybe more casual players are having fun. And it's why we don't have the dexterity element even in the platformer. Because another way of coding this would be make difficult jumps even in the platformer and just require people to have to do them. All right, so this is the background. This is like furniture, I guess. This is the computer. And this is, what, a chair? All right, we can turn that off. We don't need all of this. We really just need the player sprite. And even then, it could just be an animated sprite 2D because they're just idling there. I kind of want to do that. I don't know. Like, we have a gigantic animation tree that's going to be in here. It's not even shared. Or we make a player... Let me think about this. No, yeah. I think I'm just going to make an animated sprite 2D. So let's just change type of this. And then delete all of this stuff. So that drastically simplifies this. Now making new sprite frames with the idle graphics. Assets, characters, platformer, idle, sprite sheet, idle. You know, this thing should really tell you what the size of the sprite sheet is. Because I always find myself having to go over here. 460 by 55. Select all. All right, so they should face the other direction. Set their filter. Set the frame rate. Set autoplay. Set flip. Relocate them down to, whoops, that's not right. Relocate them down to there. I think I had them here before. And then, yeah, I think that's it. And then the explosion, if it were visible, is now no longer centered. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. I think we're good. We should try this out again. Oh, the bright light is on. Let's turn that off. I think I want to move them one tile to the left. Yeah, they look a little too close. Yeah, and now they don't disappear because I broke the animation player. That is fine. We will fix all of that. There we go. And now we got to fix this. How do you handle, or what's your philosophy for coding and developing games in front of an audience? I've considered doing it several times. I always end up worrying about like the source code being exposed, parts of the game are spoiled, stuff like that. I look at this in a couple different ways. And I've talked about this quite a lot on various like videos and some blog posts I did. So I will share this for you to take a look at later maybe. But part of it is there are some benefits to streaming. This video talks about what I think they are. I'll link that in the chat. So streaming has some benefits. There's that. The code being open is, remember, from a copyright perspective, it's still yours. So you just need to think about it from like a security perspective or a theft perspective, I guess, which are two slightly different things. From security, what I mean here is, let's say you code some like bug into the game or into the server or something like that, and people can exploit it. Like, yeah, by having your code publicly available, it would make it easier to do that. I don't think that's a concern for single player games, but for multiplayer games, it could very much be a concern. A lot of how anti-cheats work is by just staying one step ahead of attackers. So if you were to be like, well, here, we just coded this heuristic that figures out based on how you're aiming, whether you're cheating, people would be like, well, now I know how you coded it. So I'm going to go write my cheat in a better way. So yes, that can be a concern. I just wouldn't do that stuff on stream if I were doing that. From a theft perspective, like someone could watch this idea and be like, oh my God, this is the greatest idea I've ever heard. And they could beat me to market with it. Part of this is based on how many viewers do you have. If you have like 5 people watching, the odds that someone is going to be like, yeah, I'm taking this person's idea are incredibly slim. And that also plays into the marketing aspect or the spoiling aspect of this, which is how many people in this stream will eventually buy this game. And it's going to be some percentage, right? That percentage might be 0. It's very unlikely. It's going to be some, probably small percentage, maybe 2% of the viewers who come through here are going to buy the game. How many of them will be frustrated having already seen some of this play out? I mean, they'll go in eyes wide open. If they saw the development from day one and they're like, oh, I know all the twists and all the jokes in this game, they might be like, well, I'm just buying it to support him. But some people are paying, like 25% attention to the stream, and those people won't really feel like much was spoiled for them. There were a lot of people who watched the Skeletor development and had never seen the outro cutscene, for example. But even then, some games are just, there's no spoiling them necessarily. Like Tetris, for example. You could have watched someone play Tetris for 100 hours. When you finally play it, it's still a fun game. So you still have all the mechanical aspects of the game that you can enjoy. So yeah, story parts, it's kind of up to the person who's experiencing them. Where's the rubber duck? Maybe it's the game characters. All this insight, knowledge from the game dev streams are going to help my broken tutorial speedrunning career a lot. I don't play games like Skeletor at all. Just bought a support streamer, man. Did you end up trying it, though? I'd be curious if you ended up liking it. Because, yeah, a lot of people ended up getting it, not knowing whether they'd like it, and then ended up liking it. So I think this just deleted the... Oh, man. That's too bad, actually. I think it deleted the part where we hide the character. Well, you win some, you lose some. So let's go get the player again. Wait. How did I do that? I think I changed self-modulate instead of changing the visible property. Void explosion play. So as soon as we're here, we can just set this to transparent, right? That's not transparent. That's transparent. Okay, let's play out the scene. See if that's working. So I think that's at a reset, such that now the player's not visible at all. Am I mistaken there? Why are they not visible? Why aren't they visible? Maybe there's something else on that animation track. Strange. They're here. This sets the self-modulate at the beginning to be fully white. And there's nothing else controlling their visibility, right? None that I see. So now in the cutscene itself. Oh, maybe it animates there. Maybe I need to set this to. I don't know if that's what's happening. But fine, let's just do this. There. Is the alpha 0? I don't think it can be. Yeah, I think this was the problem. I don't think it can be for you to see white here. I think it would show up as like the checkerboard thing. So now that vortex should hit, and then they just shouldn't be there at the end of it, right? Yeah, I think that was fine. I'll look at it frame by frame on the video. Here it is. Yeah, nice. Okay. All right, so office scene is now set up such that it has the minimum amount of stuff in it. Now the architect realm, what do we change in here? Apparently nothing. Why is, oh, one new line got deleted? Sure. Farming game has nothing in it. That's fine. Can we delete this? Yeah. Main got the transition and the game change. Yep, that's all good. The main scene got that rectangle. That's fine. Platformer game got some changes. There's an exclamation mark up there. What is that? One warning. It's this. Where is that? Parameter duration is never used. When did we get rid of that? No, the duration is used. Oh my god, it isn't used in here. Whoops. Okay, yeah, that was silly. Oh, maybe that's what someone was saying to me earlier. Someone commented on this yesterday when I added this. And I think I might have misunderstood. I thought they were just saying I didn't use it in the call, not from the parameter. So on started falling. So I got to go test this out. This should zoom out less rapidly now. It's going to take 4 more seconds, in fact, which is a pretty big change. So we got to get to that point in the game. Yeah. Okay, so once you fall here, it'll zoom out slower, or zoom in slower. Yeah, is that better? I don't actually know. Maybe not 5 seconds, maybe like 4 seconds will be fine. I'm not going to test that. We'll end up testing it so many more times anyway, just naturally. Okay, so let's look through the rest of that. So we have fade out spooky music. I mean, technically that should be its own change that I don't check in now, but I'm not going to do that. That's fine. Yep, cool. Next up is this. We're definitely adding that. This is the import for it. This is the graphic and the import for that. The UID file, scene for a thing we're not going to use. That's fine. The import for that, neutral light, and the import for that. And then this and its import. That should be everything, right? Yes, it is. Nice. Okay, so add architect meeting cutscene. Okay. Hey, Giga. Been a minute since I've been on Twitch. Where do you think these AI models like Claude are at when it comes to being able to be used for game development? So you're building on something that's not Unity, so to be helpful with this. I think it would be good. In fact, actually, I did use it yesterday for something, and I'm kind of impressed by how it worked. Let me show you what query I used. So here's what I typed yesterday. And I'll read this out. I'm just trying to close some things. Okay, so when I quit the game through the pause menu, I get this, and there's a warning: Object DB instance is leaked at exit. I said, what is causing this and how do I fix this? So this is a bug that has been around. It's currently in SiaBT right now. And it's when you quit the game. So it doesn't really matter that it's saying warning or error as long as the game closes, because it's not actually a problem. But I think this is sort of unprofessional looking. And it turns out the fix is very, very simple. We have a resource cache and we just need to clear the resource cache. It's not super clear to me from this warning that that's what's happening. I mean, one resource still in use at exit does make it a little bit clearer. But in SiaBT, at this point, we'd already had the game for so long that it wasn't obvious what was doing this. I looked on GitHub for this. I started like kind of binary searching my way through the code by turning things off or trying to make a minimal repro. That process takes a very long time. This took like 1 minute and it found the issue and it fixed it. And now it's just solved. And we're going to probably backport it to SiaBT. So there are some things that are not really game dev specific that you can still have AI help you with. When it comes to game dev stuff, I haven't really tried it, at least not as an agent. So I do plan on eventually probably signing up for Claude and testing it out some more. I still need to figure out my just kind of general schedule. So I've kind of settled into each weekday and swap between full and half days. Something like that. So it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday is full days, and then Tuesday, Thursday are half days. The problem is that this does not leave a lot of time for me to do things off stream. Like I have real life stuff too, and sometimes that needs to take place during business hours. So I still have to figure out how we're going to make all this work. Yeah, the Wing Commander thing. Someone else had commented on that. Hey, Rima. Yeah, exactly. Playing with scissors. So yeah, I think AI is pretty helpful. I haven't really used it for agentic coding for game dev stuff yet, but I'll probably try that at some point. Anyway, it's one more break, then we'll do some unfun tasks. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Some good jumping. Close the game. Okay, you ready for unfun stuff? Because my computer certainly isn't. Close the game. Goodness. All right, clean up and check in. Done. Make an assets/sprites folder. I think we should do this through Godot. Assets. Why am I doing that? So we have audio. I want to make a folder, sprites, and then put characters in there. Put particles, objects, textures. What's in textures? Oh, that should be in world. Yeah. Oh, we have terrain there twice? No, they're two different terrains. Okay, let's put this inside of here then. And then worlds inside of sprites. Hey, Nelixis, I'm doing well. I've been pretty happy to work on this game. It's been going quite smoothly. Assets. So as long as we never changed a sprite location in code, which this is the only place I can see, and now it's in sprite. So yeah, I think everything's fine. Let's try running the game again. Yeah, so any sprites look messed up. So far, so good. Let's get to the next world. Oh, I could just teleport there. Yep, this looks fine too. And then in here, this looks fine. Yeah, cool. So let's check that in. So this is just move locations of all these things. Make a sprites folder under assets. We have audio, fonts, and sprites. Is there anything else we have here? Yeah. This is just for organization. Excuse me. All right, so commit and push. Probably need a safety block in the scripted fall. Yeah, let's try this again. So I got to get to that section, and then I want to see how easy is it to miss. Because if you land like here, yeah, that is a fake part of the world. Oh, wow. The camera's gonna be stuck now. You shouldn't be able to jump out of that. And then you teleport down here anyway. And then everything messes up. Okay. How is that even possible, though? Oops. I meant to do that over here. Platformer game. Oh, you can load code from here. Interesting. Well, that's not part of the game. You shouldn't be able to jump after you've already made it down here. I don't know how that's happening, though. Because as soon as you hit... Where's that region? As soon as you hit the started falling region, which is this, it should cut out your jump ability. Where is that? Yeah, here. Body entered. This. We set is falling to true. And then remove dash and jump. So if the camera is going to be modified, then you should not be able to jump or dash anymore. Oh, but you already did jump. So on the frame that you enter, you jump? Oh my God, did I seriously time that? Yeah. I say leave. It's supposed to be broken at the end of the day. This is not the kind of thing you can leave. This is one of those things where if like 1 out of 1,000 players play and they get stuck in this state, they're going to be like, oh, that's what the game's supposed to be. And it's going to ruin the experience for them a little bit. I want it to be like intentional intentional breaks. Yes, I think this is the problem. All we do here is we stop you from jumping. We need to also probably, if your velocity is positive, we need to make it negative. It's greater than 0, set it to 0. So it's a negative, we need to make it positive. If velocity, no, it's not velocity like that. Velocity.y is less than 0. How will I test this? I don't think it's going to be easy to test. Break the platform tutorial. No, yeah. Cannot go that route. All right. Let's get over to here. I don't know how I timed it that way to begin with. No, it's not happening. It's also not triggering the camera thing, at least. Okay, I think it might have happened there. I think it stopped my jump from working, which is what I would want to have happen. We only ever call this from one spot in the code, right? Yeah. So we only call it from one spot. So if the player managed to jump already, cut out their vertical velocity so that they can't make it back to the stage. Why is this not wrapping this? I'm not positive this is working though. Because like I said, we need to time it exactly. Fine. Let's go find input here. And instead of create architect realm, let's just teleport them to exactly where that jump is, which is like right here. Oh, you know, we can just start the player there. I don't even need to teleport them. Just move them up to here. Or even there, I guess. All right, so now we play this. Oh, and then we gotta break in when that happens. Yeah. So we gotta go through this. And this will let us know if we hit this properly. Because if it is frame perfect, then I should at least make it easier for me to test. Okay, did not hit it that time. Let's start this again. I truly think it is frame perfect. And I gotta find the exact section where... Oh, I can make the... No, I can't. I was gonna say I can make the areas visible, but I can't do that and debug at the same time. My goodness, how'd I manage to do this? I kind of want to watch a VOD and see what was the exact pixel I need to hit for this. It should cause me to break in. Oh, I did it. Okay, so now you saw me jump upward, right? But now when I hit play, it should just force me back down into the world. Unfortunately, this thing cut it off just slightly. But yeah, I think it worked. Okay, so that fixes that problem. Debug code for resetting the scene by pressing like R. Yeah, I have something that teleports me forward. I haven't done a lot of cheat stuff yet, but I do think we need that sort of thing for testing. All right, well, this fix is worthwhile to do. Yeah, so fix issue with jumping out of the large fall. If you jumped as soon as you hit the fall region, you would double jump and then lose your double jump. So you could make it back to the start of the jump. Now we cut out your vertical velocity in that scenario. Yeah. It's going well, Ticket. How are you doing? Okay, so next up, we got to figure out still what happens if you try landing here. Because like if you just ignored this and you accidentally landed here, you'd just fall through the world. So you need to potentially let players land there. And maybe it's just like these couple of tiles. So environment, background, clouds, palm, fake tile map layer. Yeah. So part of this is going to be real. Yeah, terrain. So we need to put some actual terrain there. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. Playing around with SDL3 on web. Very fun. Nice, nice, nice. So how many of these do we need to fill in, though? This is where I won't know until we actually watch players play the game. Like, you start here and you're just like dash jumping kind of mindlessly, and then you land here and you fall through the world. You might immediately just be like, wait, what happened? I think there might be a better way to do this then. Maybe, let's try extending the camera region to the left. Where is the camera region? Here it is. Yeah, so let's take this and just move this to the left. But we center on the center of the region afterward, right? And now let's move the player to the side. Let's try that out. Vertical wall. I guess you can still go around this, huh? Consider putting a demo of this on itch. I'm not sure. I don't know. We're not at the point where I'm thinking about where I'm going to host the demo exactly. I'd probably put it on itch. But yeah, I got to think about it. What do we do about this? I like this view. We could potentially... Oh, you know what we could do? Here's what we could do. We could just lower this terrain a little bit. That way you can't just dash all the way over this thing, right? You make it a download or play in browser. So I can't do the play in browser thing because I'm using C# and they haven't fixed the bug that's stopping it from working. But if they had fixed that, I probably would make it playable in the browser. We could also just like stop them here so that no matter what you were doing at the time, as soon as you enter this region, we just cut out your jump. I'm not sure. Not sure what I want to do. All right, let's Command Z a bunch of this. So this is what we had originally. The only thing that's changed is that the player has moved. Right? So that should be the only change in this file. What is going on right now? Why can't I see that difference here? The player's there. They weren't there before. I don't know what's happening over here. Let's just delete that and do this again. Yeah, there we go. So just the position has changed. That's it. I think if we cut out your momentum as soon as you enter this, it could work. Yeah, kill velocity.x. It's going to feel weird, though, to the player. Is there any other thing we can do that'll make this, like... We could put a little break here. Why not just freeze the player, show the whole area, and then zoom back on the player and unfreeze? Yeah, we could. It just feels a little too cinematic for a tutorial. Make them open a gate, pan camera while it's opening. Once they enter the region about the pick, you can put invisible walls so they can't jump back onto the ledge. Well, it's not that... Yeah, I could put an invisible wall. And that's another way that we could have solved that without messing things up. But the problem right now that I'm saying is, what happens if a player is looking at this section and then they just jump into the pit directly and they didn't even realize there was some like, hey, try to get all the diamonds. That's what a game about, isn't it? Tutorials. No, what I mean is, from the player's point of view getting here, they can't think that this is all a setup for them falling in this pit. So if we were to like make a big show of, oh, the camera pans over here, we got like a gate going down or something, it's got to feel natural and like, oh, we're just trying to learn one extra thing here. Because the player's not on guard at this point. Nothing's been broken in the game so far. Maybe adding diamonds and a vertical line on the left edge would draw your attention more. Yeah, so okay, so we have a bunch of options here. Option one is like lower the terrain leading into this so that you can't jump over the next, like the entire platform at the beginning. Option two is add diamonds to draw the player's attention somewhere. Option three is make it so that you can land on the very beginning of the fake floor. Yeah, widen the landing platform too. I think that would also potentially be pretty easy. Although as soon as yeah. What do they skip those diamonds? The diamonds are not important. And you can't collect them all anyway. Just to be able to dash through once you get high enough. Yeah. So we could make it so that the only way, like we could make it a long jump getting over to here even, so that you can't go beyond it. Could you ninja disable double jump? Yeah, so that's another thing. We could like mess with their momentum or their jumping to prevent them from going too far. I kind of like this idea. Just allow you to land on the fake floor, especially because that'll make you even think that it's real floor and you'll come back and do this. And then the only thing we need to do is make sure that you can't make it from the floor over to there. So yeah, let's start with that because that's what we had originally and I like that idea. Can enable the fake floor when collecting some diamonds. So if we did that, then you'd just be able to walk across this whole thing and get to this section and there is no more game after that. So we would have a problem. All right, anyway, let's go back into the terrain here. So the terrain is there. We are going to get the terrain brush and just paint it in like that. This needs to look real though, so I guess what we need to do is make another layer. Or just put the fake tile map layer in front. Yeah, that should be fine. Now we can just paint in some terrain and you'll never see it. Did that work? I don't know if that even worked. I think we painted in 4 of them. Yes, I did. So is that enough for you to break the game? Let's see. I've cut out the fake terrain, so you can only see the real terrain now. So you can land here. You can't land on anything else. Can you make it from here all the way over to the right side? I don't think so. I might not be jumping optimally, though. Also, is there some tearing that's happening? What is that? Yeah, there is some tearing that's happening. What's causing that? Huh, that's strange. Is that in the background? Might be in the background. Keep accidentally clicking that. Yeah, let's just turn it off and see if it still happens. Yeah, I think it's a problem with the background. Why, though? It might be the sprite bleeding thing from before. That's too bad. In which case, I think we'd have to change this graphic and just add some space. Or we need to... Why didn't we ever have this problem in Skeleton, though? We use tile maps everywhere. Is it as the camera's zooming out? Where's that video? No, the camera is static for this time. But the player getting to a certain part makes it tear like that? Oh, no, it is still moving. Never mind. I see the terrain moving, too. So it's a camera zoom problem with that. It can't be the tile map? Oh, I guess it could be the player, right? I didn't think about that. Come on. But it always happened in the same spot, right? And it's tearing the entire middle of this. It's got to be the tile map, or the background at least. Especially because when I turn off the background, it seems like it gets fixed. Because the camera is zooming from 1 to 0.5. And maybe we could fix this by changing something over here, like pixel snap or something. I want to be very careful if I do that. Might be moving extremely slow, so it creates gaps. Yeah, it might be that. Anyway, let's try one more time here. So first of all, if you were jumping from over here, yeah, I think you just land. You might go just a little bit too far. Yeah, so I kind of want to extend this like another tile or two. The background seems to bleed when your sprite reaches, or it shouldn't even be your sprite. It should just be when you move the camera there. Yeah, right. So this should happen regardless of where my character is. Like I just have to do this and it should tear. Yeah, yep, there it goes. It's right there at the end. Yeah. So it's not the character. Pan/zooms. Should figure out how to fix this. Well, the camera is frozen at that point. The problem is that it has to pan and zoom so that you can see what we want you to see there. But I think we can probably just turn on pixel snapping. Excuse me. There might even be something in this. No. But yeah, there's pixel snapping stuff we can set. I guess viewports have it too. All right, so if I extend this by one more tile. Does that catch us if we're going over from like here? We could still make it a little bit too far. But now we're getting into very dangerous territory. We still can't make it. I guess we could extend it by even one more tile then. Someone's going to break the game if I keep doing this. Yeah, so now you'd land roughly there. We're not going to keep doing it beyond that, but let's say we start over here. There's no problem actually if you do make it over there. Plus we can just make that fake terrain too. Yeah, so now let's put in the fake terrain. So this block where the tall tree is, that's fake. So you can't land there. So you can step here and your foot can go over into that tile. Yeah, it's almost doable. But let's just let's just make it definitely not doable. Oh, I think I broke something here. Yeah, because I can't click quit. Does the controller work? It does. I can't click these though? What's happening? That's strange. What is going on with that? All right, so let's just raise this a bit. This is in real terrain, right? Yeah. Okay, tile map. Oh, terrain set 0 for this is what you're saying. And then maybe raise those diamonds up just a little bit. These were grid snapped, right? I mean, I could just raise these anyway. But I should make sure that this lined up with this. Negative 944, negative 944. Yeah, perfect. All right, so now it should definitely be impossible, right? Although we lost the little doodads on top. There's a grass layer. I got to move that grass up here. What is going on? There we go. And I move this up by 1, I believe. There. Nice. I pushed something broken, can't quit too. Interesting. I wonder if it is the change to... Oh, wait. Oh, it's that. It's a screen fade. This has a mouse listener. I just decided to ignore. There we go. Problem solved. Not the doodads. Yeah, so now you should be able to click this. Yep, perfect. So there should be no way for you to make it over there. Yeah, I don't think you can. Maybe you can. Maybe we just put an invisible wall there. You know what? That's probably the safest thing we should do. Just add the invisible wall. You'll never know it's there. How do we want to do this? Just add a child node. Invisible tile map layer. Oh wait, I don't even need to do it that way. I could do it this way. I could just add any region whatsoever, right? It's got to be a rigid body. And we'll call this invisible wall. And then add a collision shape underneath. Rectangle. Okay, so where is our invisible wall right now? I don't see it. There it is. So we're going to put this here just to test it. Why can't I see the collision shape? That's bizarre. What? Yeah, why can't I see that? Is it a... It's an ordering thing? I don't remember that ever being the problem. All right, well, in that case, then we can just put it here. It doesn't really matter where it is. But what does matter is what layer it's on. So there. So now you shouldn't be able to make it even to start the jump. This is just for testing. I'll put it at the end of the jump afterward. Yeah, no, that invisible wall does not work. It's not disabled. Its layer is set correctly. Oh, it's got to be a static body 2D, actually. All right, how's that now? Well, the invisible wall should still have the collision box visible. There, perfect. So now we can't move past this. Well, we can, because I didn't make it tall enough. But yeah. All right, so now we move the invisible wall over to here. There. And then just in case people somehow get really tricky with this, it's not like this is some, magical, like you beaten the game or something kind of thing. All right, so here's how we're going to test this. We will go into the platform character, and where you air dash, we are going to give your velocity a huge boost. So now you're going to rocket off into the world. So if we go to the left, oh yeah. Now that's pod racing. Okay. So now we just bolt ourselves over here. Yeah, you cannot make it. What about the new game plusing? Yeah, we'll fix it for that. that'll be very simple because we can just turn this stuff off. Although we're probably going to make special scenes for that and then like dynamically make other modules appear or not appear. Yeah, so there's no way you could possibly make it over there. Try one more time from the bottom just to see what happens when we reach this side. Yeah. Yeah. Take that, players. Okay, nice. So everything's working. I guess I didn't even need to elevate this. There was no real point in doing that, right? Yeah. Hey, Leonard. Should I lower it again? Yeah, I probably should. That way the jump looks more doable. Shouldn't be that hard to do anyway. So tile map, terrain, 0. We delete this. We put that there. That's already good. And then we just lower the grass again. There. Wait, were those all the same grass thing? Yes, they were. Sad day for game breakers indeed. Yep, sad day. All right. So now the jump looks more doable, but it is very much not doable. Nice. NYC, maybe add an exit or something, like a door there. Isn't a dead end platform at the moment? Yeah. We should do that. Yeah. That is a good point. I meant to do that earlier. So this, we click terrain and then this, and then just carve out some of the wall. In fact, let's carve out a big part of the wall. The camera shouldn't even show you this far. So as far as you're concerned, there is world there. Right? You can't actually get over to that. Yeah. So it looks like you can continue. At which point we should probably move the diamonds a little bit. Might as well change the last platform you painted on the terrain layer. To what? Oh, like make it longer now? I think this should cover where you can naturally land. I do think we should probably put a couple more diamonds over here, though. So let's go get that. So this diamond will duplicate and we'll move just to the side. And I want to make it the same distance from here. So this one is 64. This one is 96. So this one should be 96 plus 64. Perfect. And then this we duplicate and set this one to plus 64. There. So now it forms an M for Mario as a reference to the platformer game that started it all. It's all coming together. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Cool. And then yeah, this looks super glitchy. We could make the world look different or something. It doesn't matter. Oh yeah, and I gotta fix the background because right now there's nothing there. Click and click. Why is it not working? Because that's not the background. Palm's background. What? Oh, I'm not on tiles. There. Cool. So we just had that tearing thing to figure out. Click the snap below architect office scene, then click 3 dots to configure. Yeah, I should do that. Grid step 3232. And now if I were to click a diamond, I can just move it. Nice. I mean, I have to offset it, but I can do that, right? Oh, I'm still messing this up, but whatever. I'll figure that out later. What about a special prize like a ruby diamond? Yeah, there could be a treasure chest there or something. No, I don't know. I think this is probably fine for now. Yeah. Okay, so we're good. We now need to put the player back to where they were. So let's do all that over here. This is a fix for a different problem. Allow, clicking, pause, menu buttons again. Done with that. Platform character dash speed should be set back to normal. Done. And then the platform game, we just don't want to move the player. So where is the player? There they are. Cut that out. Oh, I do think we need to drop them a little bit because right now they're making a sound when they hit the ground. Wait, why are they making a sound though? Maybe they're not. Yeah, they are making a sound. Why is that happening? Maybe because it takes longer to load the whole game now? Yeah, I should just cut that out. Okay, so prevent falling or like make large fall section better. There is now part of the fake floor is now real in case you blew past the little pillar leading up to it. And there's an invisible wall blocking the far ledge in case it's ever possible to actually make the jump. Finally, carved out more of the far ledge or far wall to make it look like the game keeps going. All right, so let's commit and push all that. Now, there was something else I wanted to do, right? Yeah, that's right. Change the platformer character. Their sounds are stopped for the first 0.1 seconds. Right there. Sound prevention timer. Let's set this at 0.2. Okay, so prevent sound for slightly longer. The other thing we could do is just stop the very first landing sound. I assume loading is messing this timing up. Yeah, I'm not very concerned about that. That's also a very hacky solution, but it's good enough for right now. All right, so safety block done. Background seems to bleed when the camera pans and zooms. So I think we could fix this in one of two ways. Either we could put some space around this in the sprite sheet. And maybe that's just the easiest thing to do. Especially if the tearing is only in the background and it looks like it is. If we take a picture here. Yeah, it only goes through the background. So we could just move where that background is. Spacing won't do anything. It should do something, right? Let me open this in. Did not mean to do that in terminal. Actually, I guess it's not pulling from a nearby other sprite because there's no gray line there. Unless it's that color. It's kind of hard to tell. The color picker is showing this, which could actually be a blending of these two pixels. Huh. Hey, German. How are y'all? I'm doing well. How are you doing? Welcome in. The camera's having some weird floating point spot, breaking the tile map layer. I mean, I guess we could just test it. I could just change this graphic, and if we just make it all a single color, then that would let us know. I just never know how to use this program. Color picker. Cool. Now I want to draw pixels. This is where I'll just go look at my notes because I don't remember how to do any of this. Press Y. Nice. Okay, great. So set the brush to gigantic and set the color to actually the color I want, and then just draw all this. So now if we save this, export whole document. Where is that sprite world? This texture. Oh, I already saved it. Okay. So now we just go load the game. It's going to break everything else. Everything's going to look weird. But that's okay. We shouldn't see tearing now, I think. Nice. Yeah. Oh, wait. No, it was there. It was there at the end. All right. Live. What's going on with the video? Come on. I don't see it yet. I guess let's go a little bit faster. Why is it so hard to spot? There it is. Got it. One frame. Guess you could snap the camera and code. Yeah, I guess this is at 2 different positions. We could also make the maybe background tiles be larger. Alternatively, hmm. Yeah, All right, let's get what this is because I'm still not totally certain I understand this. All of these are the same tile, right? Yeah, they're just this. So they're now surrounded in similar colors. So it's not a sprite bleeding thing. To test the camera thing, we could just do this. If true, vertices of canvas item nodes will snap to full pixels, useful for low resolution pixel art games. Less smooth movement. We probably don't want this. Yeah, I don't think we can use either of these things. Does it really have to be a sprite considering it's just a solid color? In this case, no, but I don't know if this will be the final background that we have. How it appears exactly on those white lines. The try to collect section. Yeah. I wonder if we can just change the rendering quadrant size then. What do we just set this to 32? It probably just happened in a different spot then. Alternatively, it's only like right toward the end of that tween. Platformer, game, tween, zoom. Camera freeze. I wonder if we just change the easing, if that would be good enough. Ease. Ease type dot in out. I think it's in out by default, isn't it? Default easing is used from the tween that contains the tweener. What is the default easing? Can I search this? Default easing for tween. Hey, Vibe. Also, I don't know if I said hi C17R, but hello. Default. Before this is called, it's easing out. Okay, so this does nothing. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't want to change the snapping because when we did this in Skeleseller, it caused the characters to look really jittery. It might fix, I mean, I guess we can try it. We can see if it fixes the problem. I can just click both those things and then start the game. And then we'll see. 1 million revenue game. Not yet. All right. Did it happen? I don't think it happened, right? Yeah, so I think this would fix it. Does it actually mess up the character's movement? It does look more jittery. Maybe I'm making that up. You see tearing? If you're talking about this stuff, this is because I modified the background color. I should get rid of that because that's going to be distracting. So if I just turn all this stuff off, roll back. There. Now what looked like tearing should be gone. Although I probably rolled back the project too, right? No, this is still on somehow. Hey, Genders. Does the movement look any different? I can't actually tell. Yeah, I can't tell. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I don't think I want this on just for this. Also, I need to change it like per game. But oh, also that didn't even fix the thump problem. Oh well. Happens right at the end there. Does it happen again if we just sit here for long enough? Probably not, but if I go over here and then back, it probably happens again. Yeah, it does if you do that. Oh, silly. Oh, absolutely silly. And I'm assuming that's the background color, so it is actually tearing through to the world then. So if we search for clear color, where is that? Yeah, default clear color. If we set this to like bright pink. There. Then we should see that pink color in the background. I don't know if this changes at runtime. I guess we'll find out. I don't think so. Oh, I gotta stop doing this. Let's just move the player. There. Yeah, it's pink. And it looked like it tore a hole through the entire world. Where is that? Yeah, it did tear a hole through the entire world. You just don't see it. I thought it was just the background. Oh, man. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, what we could do is just set these settings right before we do this transition. Yeah. And then clear them out when we're done. What are we changing the zoom to? Camera freeze 0.5. Yeah, this is a shame. All right, well, fine. Let's figure it out. So let's go over to here, set this back to normal. Oh, no, keep it as pink so I can tell what's going on. Hey, Timothy, welcome in. So we have these things, and the documentation says what exactly? To toggle 2D transform snapping at runtime, use this. Why can't I copy that? There we go. On root viewport instead. Okay, and then what's the other one called? This one? That's pretty sensible. Okay, so we'll just say enable snapping. Actually, we could just do this inside of here. Yeah, if 2 is less than 1. All right, so root viewport. Var root viewport equals get viewport. Actually, wouldn't it technically be get tree dot root dot get viewport? I wonder if that's the same. Well, we only have the one viewport here anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter what we do. All right, then rendering server set snap 2D transform. 2D transforms to pixels and set snap to vertices. Yeah, that. And then what does this take in? A viewport and enabled. Okay, so viewport and enabled would be true. And viewport and 2 is less than 1. Cool, cool, cool. Now what's the problem here? This is supposed to take in a rid. Oh, seriously? Rid. All right. I don't know if that's going to work. Let's try it. Yeah, I thought it was funny as I said that. How many times have I ever typed TO is less than 1? So do we see pink now or no? No, that's fixed. So now on here, we're going to have pixel snapping. And then as soon as we leave, it'll go back to... Oh, I got to fix that. It's bright pink. We should actually probably still set the background of that section to be the world. But yeah. So let's go get the clear color, change that back to normal. And I'll just say that this is to fix... we enable snapping when at low zoom levels to fix tearing in the tile maps. Which technically, if we never call tween zoom again, you never get out of this state. But there's no way to leave this game. No, there is a way. You could quit to the title screen. Yeah, that'd be bad. Okay, so private void enable 2D snapping is enabled. Just copy this stuff down here. I don't know how I got tile maps. I guess part of the comment. So this is going to be is enabled. Then here we can call this with 2 is less than 1. And then when we dispose of this, I guess we can... We can set this back to what it was. Why is programming so hard sometimes? Yeah, it'd be nice to know a little bit more about what exactly is causing this to happen. But, yeah. What happened here? Okay, so when we dispose of this now, so protected override dispose, and we just turn this off. Enable 2D snapping false. Be really wrong. Who knows? It might be right. So set this back to what it was when we started, I guess. This probably shouldn't be here. If you ever somehow make it back to the title screen then we should have the title screen do this. Do we have a title screen? I forgot. We do. We just never show it right now. I think this is fine for now. Hey, society. Or you don't remember the documentation? Haven't read the documentation? Don't remember the architecture of the project? You mean for encountering bugs like this? Because yeah, in this case, it's tough. Like, I'm sure someone who worked on Godot knows what's causing this, or maybe even what the best solution would be. And maybe I should even just try asking AI anyway. Anyway, this is looking good now. That doesn't look good. Because we're trying to do this on a viewport that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, how fun. All right, so I guess we should check to see if this instance is still valid. Can we check that here? Is instance valid? There is no argument. This. False. Okay, yeah. If is instance valid. But it's not. Oh, man, this is stupid. Yeah, this is stupid. I shouldn't do this here. But it does mean that if you quit to the title screen, we need to fix this. All right, so this would be somewhere else. We gotta go figure out where. Godot, probably. Yeah. We'll set this as like maybe settings, Godot settings. That's probably pretty reasonable. So public static void enable 2D snapping. We need some kind of node. Node to get viewport. This comes from Godot. This is like so. Static. Then call that from over here. I wonder if this knows where it is. New. And then we just need to import this. And then we need the node here too. There we go. And then on the title screen, which you don't have a way to even get to this yet, but anytime you show the title screen, so I guess we have a visibility changed plus equal foo. And then we look for our other visibility changed and just do what we did there. Yeah. On visibility changed. So if you're visible in the tree, then we do that. So turn snapping off. Turn snapping off in case any sub game changed it. All right, that should do it. Feel like you're faster with Godot after developing Skeleton? Probably. I haven't had a lot of opportunity to kind of prove that, but there are issues that I've encountered that would have taken me longer before. Like this wasn't clickable earlier today. And I looked at the scene and I'm like, oh, yep, I added a new control. I need to turn off the mouse handler. And that's all I did. So that worked. Yeah, so let's turn on audio. I forgot I wrote that. Oh my god. Okay. LA. Well, I started watching Ocean's 11 again yesterday. I've seen this movie so many times. I really like Ocean's 11. But every time Brad Pitt is in the movie, he's eating something. And a lot of people comment on that. It's a funny joke. People like it. Well, in this game, we already have a joke. And I just thought this would be a funny one-off joke. Where is it? over here, I think. Yeah. You can't really read it right now because it's white text, but it says note to self, add more diamonds here. Like, I plan on leaving this in the game. I thought this was just a funny thing if you happen to make it over here because it's out of the way anyway. And I think we can continue to add things like this into the game where this is just the Brad Pitt of our game, where we just keep saying like, oh, add a fun mechanic here, or oh, make sure the player can't get to this point. Can't align properly on tiny movements. Yeah, I should do a search and see if something like that exists already. Hey, Potrail. Rider's streaming pretty well. I like it. Yeah. Okay, let's go plug this in. Enables 2D snapping. This was done originally to work around a tile map tearing issue. All right, that's done. Now what about this? That's done. Position of the player should not change. Title screen now has this stuff here too. Looks good. And then Godot settings. Cool. All right, that's everything. So wait, what do we do? This is just to fix the tearing thing? Fix tearing in the tile maps. When getting to the large fall section, the camera zooms out to 0.5. Toward the very end of this happening, it will create a vertical tear through the whole world. A thin vertical tear. Now I gotta make sure this didn't mess up the... Yeah, it did. Okay. Yeah. Was Vasco a rider? Been a few days since I last tuned in. Yeah, I think it's nice. Don't forget to add collision here. Oh yeah. No, that one we can't put that joke for. But yeah, future ones we totally could. Okay, so let's search for this. Actually, you know what I'm gonna use? I'm gonna use ChatGPT and just see if this would cut down the amount of work I have to do. So in Godot, I have a tile map layer with a background image that is a solid color. I create a camera 2D tween that zooms from 1x to 0.5x. Toward the very end, the background image tears such that a thin vertical line across the whole screen, or across the whole, I guess, tile map layer of, what is it, the clear color? Shows the color of that line is equal to this. What is causing this? Let's see. No longer aligns the pixel boundaries. Tiny fractional offset appears. Render samples just outside your tile map. Okay, so it's the tile map oversampling, not the graphic backing the tile map. Yeah, I see. Okay. Round the zoom. We could try that too. It's just not going to be a very smooth zoom if we do that. Wait, what am I talking about? We could just round to a specific decimal place that will look fine. Oh, maybe we can. I don't know. Whatever we did is totally fine. So let's just leave it at that. And yeah, good job, Dark, on intuiting that. Check his end files. See any secrets in there? Oh man. I mean, these are things you can definitely do if you're offline. You just can't stream it. You can't check your M file even if you're not using AI. All right, so that's done. Pressing escape enables both the pause menu and the cheat. I should have to be one or the other. Yeah, so this is just a problem with the platformer game not enabling this thing. Get viewport dot set input is handled. Yeah, I think that should fix this. Let's try that. And not with that attitude. You need to be like, everyone close your eyes. I'm going to open my M file right now. Okay, this is still not working. No, wait, no, that did work. Now you can't press escape. Whoa. Nothing stops you from making multiple architect realms. Yeah, so this technically works, but this is a bad idea. We need a proper cheat system in this game. I don't think it's been time to make it yet, but this is kind of bad. Maybe we just make a UI cheat button or something like that. Yeah, because we only use UI cancel in this one place. Yes, this should be UI cheat. Okay, let's go add a UI cheat button now. UI cheat add. All right, what are we doing? Let's put it as to the right stick, I suppose. So right stick and F12. So now we should have no problem. So now if I want to teleport all the way over there, I press the right stick in. Yep, we're good. I can just keep pressing it. It's going to mess things up. This is a cheat, so I don't really care. And if I press F12, the same thing should happen, but then escape should still work the normal way and start should work the normal way. Yeah. Okay, good. All right, pretty happy with that. Add a UI cheat button. This is so that pressing escape on the keyboard doesn't try activating the cheat and the pause menu. It's now F12 or pressing the right stick in on the controller. Printed all his API keys. And then it's just a scramble to see if they can reset the keys faster than chat can use the keys. Fix the item, undo not adding member discount to the cart. Wrote the whole thing in the test. Can replace this before you know it. Yeah, I think there are pros and cons. Not to being replaced, that's mostly a con. But they're replacing some of the grunt work of your own job. It is kind of crazy because if you think about it, throughout human history, we've always had some sort of collection of expertise. Maybe it was like a village elder, and then it was an encyclopedia, and then it was the internet, and now it's essentially a robot you talk to get the specific information you need. But even when it was just the internet, it's like you still wouldn't just rely on yourself. It'd be nuts not to use the internet to look at how have other people solved this problem. AI is essentially the interface to that knowledge base now. So when I ask like, hey, what causes this bug? And it's like, oh, 2D pixel snapping, go turn that on. It's like, okay, we did figure that out ourselves ahead of time, and building that skill is probably still worthwhile. But you can also just spend 10 seconds, ask the question, get the answer, and then move on with your job. Hey, Magna. Some people use ChatGPT or Copilot, and they think AI sucks, but if you use Claude Code, it's scary. Yeah. I'm probably going to sign up for Claude soon. Okay, probably need to change every is action just pressed to is action pressed by event. How many of these do we even have in the game? Because I haven't done that much yet. There can only be like, yeah, a few. So by event, and is that first or second? It is second. And it's not called event. Oh, because this is physics process. There's only one of these. So this is actually not a problem. So it's only the ones we do outside of physics process. How do we open this in a buffer? Open results in new tab. Open in find window. That's probably good enough. Can you remove these now? Exclude, remove. I don't know what the difference is. Exclude probably never searches for it again. Moves Command X. Okay. I gotta make shortcuts for this because I do this a lot. Watch Ocean's 11. Yeah, it's free on YouTube right now. Like officially. It's not a pirated movie or something. Say it's 90% there. And since they said I can replace 90% of us, trying to figure out how to manage this. Yeah. It makes your name quite the opposite of what's going to happen. We'll be in a not okay society. All right, so this is all inside of physics process. Yep. Okay, that's all fine. Now what's this? This is already done. And what's this? This is already done. And what's this? This is already done. Okay, well, they're all fixed. You had to do nothing. Oh, I should probably write this down in my Godot notes, though, too, right? Godot, what time is it? 12:13. Okay, I got to get going pretty soon. Let me figure out if I wrote any controller stuff down for Godot stuff. Any notes about controllers, Godot UI, controller gamepads, blah, blah, blah. What is this? Analog buttons and remapping. Okay, so actually, no, maybe I just need it in this. There's now this. Only show that a button was pressed the first time that a particular event triggers it. This is also helpful for broken dead zones on your controller. Imagine this simple code. If is action just pressed, UI accept, I guess. Hello world. Okay, that's our code. If your analog sticks are going nuts because their dead zone isn't properly configured, then it'll spew a ton of events, which you could print. Actually, I should just print that here, right? gd.print event.as text, which will print in this loop. Then pressing your UI accept button just a single time, even if it's digital, will still print hello world multiple times. Fix this by using is action just pressed by event. Cool. You just spent like a whole hour looking for a very specific or niche problem. Maybe that was me using poor phrasing. I don't think it was, just to be clear, without having read the rest of your message yet, because I've done this a bunch myself too. And I just mentioned a scenario where I found this problem. I just needed to call cache resources.clear. And I had looked into this problem myself, and I spent maybe an hour, and I just concluded it's not worth it. Who cares? Let's move on. Then last night, just on a whim, I asked AI, and it fixed it for me in like, well, maybe not 10 seconds, but 10 seconds of me interacting with the AI. Maybe 15. It was like not a long time. And all I had to do was give it the error message. I didn't even have to say like, I'm making a Godot game, I'm using this, or here's my architecture or something. It just found the issue. Anyway, AI has let me find information on those difficult problems much quicker. So you're right, it's like an interface on the info. So make sure I understand what I'm being fed. Yeah. Hey, Pretzel. How well does it work with game dev on Godot in general? I don't know. I haven't used it a lot for that. What I mostly used AI for, so Skeleseller, I made an AI disclosure. I don't know where I put that. It's on the Steam page now, I guess. All right, anyway, I'll just find the document in here. I wrote a whole thing about how I used AI, and it mostly boiled down to as autocomplete. Like, we didn't use it for music, we didn't use it for sounds, we used it very lightly for text. That wasn't autocomplete necessarily, but it was for code, it was very, very straightforward. And it saves time, even for that. There are a lot of patterns in really anything you do, but especially in game dev too. Like if we look at platformer character, we're almost always going to find a ready function, and it's almost always going to do this sort of thing. So let's say we add a new sprite 2D hat graphic. Like, first of all, there's the equals null exclamation mark semicolon. I press tab, it just typed like 7 characters for me. Then I go to here and just press enter, and maybe just, yeah, okay, 1 character, and it typed out the rest of the entire line that I'd most likely need if I were to have added a hat graphic, which I did not. And then I just press tab, and it's like, done, cool, that's it. So this is part of game dev in Godot, and it's not even like I didn't type into an agent. This is actually free. So my understanding is that it's free. So it's like, yeah, it can still help you even with mechanical stuff. I think it's nice for that. Maybe TW bought a keyboard similar to yours, having a lot of trouble getting used to it. How long did it take you to stop making mistakes with the shortcuts? Shortcuts and stuff will take you a small number of months, probably like 2 to 3 months. So yeah, coding, shortcuts. What I recommend doing, and this is not fun, but it is effective, is whenever you make a mistake, repeat the workflow. And this means even using the wrong fingers. So as an example, let's say I'm trying to type out hello world, and I type out this. So when you realize it's happening, press enter, restart, type out hello world, and maybe you type it out like this time. Now the next time you do this, you're gonna be like, oh, I seem to mess up around these characters, so let me like slow down and get this correct. Or let's say I typed hello correctly, but I used my middle finger instead of my pointer finger or something. It's like, just repeat that. So it's all practice, and this just forces you into the mindset of like getting more practice. It's also really good for any words that you find difficult to type. This is whether you have a special keyboard or not, by the way. Yeah. When they say you can do 90% of the job, we're figuring out how to manage it. Yeah. Yeah, it's impressive, some of the stuff. Okay, so I think we're in good shape to start the farming game on Monday. Whoa, wait. Do I have outstanding exchange? No, I don't. Wait, let me push this. And let's fill out the journal. Made the architect's office, made the cutscene in the architect's office. It still needs sounds, but it's looking pretty good. Do I make the music and the art? I never do art. But I do plan on making the music, and actually starting tomorrow, we're going to do some music streams. So I plan on streaming for maybe like 6-7 hours tomorrow, and we'll just do music stuff. And I think how it's going to go is I'll probably look at the game and think like, what do I want in terms of the music? We have a placeholder soundtrack here, and I'll just show off all the progress from today for those who haven't seen it. So this stuff is already here. Dark made the world now, and we just need to polish a few things about it. But it's looking a lot better. We already had the platform mechanics, so this is the first tutorial you get stuck in. And the new stuff is once you go through the door. Well, and also I guess over here a little bit. We made this a lot better. So try to collect all the diamonds in one go. I think that was like the landing graphic. I can't figure out what did that. So this is new. We need sound effects for that. And that's it. So that's the intro to the game. You'll end up in a farming simulator after that. And for that, we are going to use these graphics. So it'll be a very bright, colorful world. There's a tutorial guy who's going to come over and start teaching you stuff. Pretty good progress for a couple days work. Yeah, definitely. I'm very happy with it. Is that ghost guy the final boss? No, that's the architect. I'm trying not to reveal too much of the story, even though we talked about it all last week. So if you want to know all of what happens, you can just watch some of last week's streams. But yeah, that's the architect. So they made the games that you're in. When do they say it in Skeletor? They say it to every enemy right before killing them. So I went from being a ninja to go to the IT apartment, and now you want to be a farmer. So you're a video game character. you are whatever character like in the worlds you end up in. So actually, one of the things that's kind of interesting about this scene that you end up in, you are still your platformer character, and like the architect is their true form. I mean, maybe we end up changing the sprite in the future, but like you might come into this room in the future and you might be a tank, or you might be a literal house or something like that. So in any of those cases, we're going to just put the house graphic here, and you're going to talk to the architect, and yeah, maybe the door opens and closes as you talk. See that character in the farming game asset? No, so this character will not appear in the farming game. You're going to now be a new character. So like that might be you. And instead of having black hair and I don't know, glasses or whatever that is, or a bow, you're going to have your like horns or a cap or whatever identifying characteristic we had. But you'll be in this style now. So the next time you end up in the architect's realm, you'll be in this style. Yeah, you'll be a bench at one point. All right, I'm going to go find someone to raid. And then I'm going to get lunch. This is it for today. I'm not going to be streaming again today. But tomorrow, like I said, will be the music stream. So if you're interested in watching me make video game music, by all means, tune in. Let's go raid someone. I'm going to go raid First Crimson. Friend Slop Game Dev. Whoops. His words, not mine. Thank you all for being here. There's the Discord if you want to join. And I will catch you all next time. Take care.